You kept pushing on, but then you went too far. When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. You're stronger now than you ever been. You gotta leave now, it's time to catch the wind. You will climb up high and look through the clouds, and when you're feeling low, I know you'll bounce back. Oh, and just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me.
The off-season is done. The new year is upon us, which means it is time for Season 7 of the iSNF Cup Series, and it comes from the traditional home of NASCAR's opening race, Daytona International Speedway, for the iSNF Daytona 500. Good evening, everybody. My name is Frank Marchese. Thank you very much for making us a part of your evening. Alongside me tonight, my broadcast partner, Dave Regal. Dave, it was a quick off-season, only a couple of weeks, but still, here tonight we have a great season in store, and it starts with one of the two full-length races on the calendar here at Daytona.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as that checkered flag flies in Phoenix, it's almost a blink of an eye, and we're back in Florida. And I mean, I'll tell you what, Frank, this is, at least for us, kind of it's more like an appetizer for the real racing season. Kind of gives you that little bit of a fix as we get things rolling here in Daytona Beach. It's
going to be a great season here. A lot of great races, a lot of great race tracks that these drivers are going to be going to. Rockingham next week, Nashville Fairgrounds, iRacing Super Speedway. That's just the first month of racing here in this series. We're also going to be taking trips to Monza this season. We're going to be running the oval at Motegi this season. So it's a nice little mix of current and old and odd racetracks that we're going to be seeing here coming up in Season 7. I personally cannot wait.
That makes two of us for sure, as we are here at the World Center of Racing, 2.5 miles around this big old tri-oval. And I'll tell you what, the stories that this old girl can tell are endless. And iRacing has enabled us to be here, literally a month ahead of schedule for the regular racing season. These folks here, they're hungry to get ready to rock and roll. Of course, Rhea Ferris giving out the driver's orders in their driver's meeting. This league has their act together, for lack of a better term.
Absolutely, and they're going to have their act together here tonight. 40 drivers are set to make the field here. We're not going to be doing qualifying here today. All of that was done pre-race. Joey Birchie takes the pole. He also won duel number 2 for tonight's Daytona 500. Both duel races have already been run. We'll get to the winners of those in just a moment. But one of the fun parts about a new season is seeing some of the old faces in new places, of which there are a lot. And we'll get to those throughout the night. But a big shift with drivers driving, some driving in the same cars, others moving around a little bit.
Well, and that happens in almost every sport, no matter what the level is. Everybody is a free agent, as my dad would say. You can move at any time, and especially in this league, because of how competitive it is, there's going to be a lot of jockeying around, trying to get those championship points as a team versus as a driver or even as a manufacturer. And I mean, we've got a pretty good spread of manufacturers in this league. We were talking earlier about some of our leagues being very Chevy heavy, but a nice mixture between the blue ovals, bow ties, and Toyota ovals.
Yep, absolutely. Let's get you set up here for this race here tonight. 200 laps. Again, this is one of two full-length races that are on the iSNF schedule. The second will be the Coke 600 a little bit later on in the season. Stage breaks are going to be at laps 65 and 130 here tonight. Now, because it is a full-length race, a couple of other rules have been tweaked to fit this race format. There will be 2 fast repairs here tonight instead of the usual 1. And fuel will be 100% fuel fill here tonight instead of the usual 60. There will be 7 sets of tires, 3 green light checkers, so those have not changed. But, Dave, it's really going to be a relax, wait, be patient here tonight, knowing that you don't have 80, 90, 100 laps to try to get it done here. You have the full 200, the full 500 miles.
Yeah, and that's always something interesting, because we're going to have to see a lot of these drivers develop that sense of patience. I mean, at a super speedway, especially this one, the crown jewel of NASCAR, everybody wants to arrive in victory lane. But even the greatest drivers in our sport took, some of them, 10, 15, and for one very important driver, 20 years of trying to bring home the checkered flag. So this first stage, I'm expecting to see a lot of patience out of these drivers. Let's lay back, see what everybody's going to be. There's no reason to try to beat the brakes off of somebody on lap 35.
And this is going to be the first of a healthy amount of events over the next couple of weeks here, about a month and a half or so here on iRacing. You have the Roar before the 24 next week. You have the 24-hour race, the iRacing 24-hour race here 2 weeks from now. Then you have the real Daytona 24, and then before you know it, it will be Daytona Super Speed Weeks in real life. We'll be about a month and a half into the season by that point. But this is certainly a fresh start to this new calendar year. Let's take a look now at the starting grid here for tonight's race. Dominic Sawicki will start on the pole. We were supposed to have the drivers lining up by way they finished in qualifying and in the duels. Sometimes with iRacing that does get a little mixed up, so we might have a grid order that's not necessarily what we are going to see. So Dominic Sawicki, who did win the first duel race, he will start on the pole. Cody McCorkle moves from the 19 to the 42. Will sit on the outside of row number 1. Andrew Miller and Jerry Parker will make up row number 2. Brian Chu and Franz Brettschneider, both of those drivers moving into new homes, will sit in row 3. Charles Etienne Boucher and Rosa Laszlo will make up row number 4. Curtis Kelly and Michael Gervey will sit in row 5. Row 6 will go to Michael Hagstrom and Chris Van Maastricht. Chris Otto and Nathan Christensen in row 7. Larry Fairman and Brian Treadwell will make up row 8. Bob Wyckoff and Jeff Weimer in row 9. Tristan Bailey and Thomas Pierce will make up the top half of the field in row number 10. Row 11 will go to Shane Griffin and Rhea Ferris. Christian Delgado and Alan Bergen will make up row number 12. Row 13 will see Matt Metler and Rick Doss. Steven Sear and Angel Hernandez in row 14. Isaac Wilson, Casey Tomlinson in row 15. Row 16 will go to Alexander Wegert and Chris Smith. Row 17 will see James Bowles and Eduardo Carapato. Adrian Arenas, a returner here to iSNF, he will start in 35th. Mark Morton, 36th. The next row, row 19, we'll see Jarrett McCauley and Cowie Gomez. Joshua Grosso, last season's champion, will sit in row number 20 alongside of Drew Holman. Alexander Arilson, Zachary Taylor, and Paul Buchanan will be here. 40 pit stalls for these drivers here tonight. And just to let you guys know, we are anticipating and we are ready just in case something like what happened at Talladega last season with the broadcast happens again. Quick look at the weather conditions here for today's race. We are just past 4 o'clock p.m. in sim time, so this race will go into the night. Winds gusting around 12 miles an hour, 74-degree ambient temperature, 76-degree track temperature. So it is a mildly cool day here, Dave, as we get set to go, for season number 7 as the cars make their way off of turn 4.
Absolutely. Right now, the iRacing.com pace car lights are out as we come out of that turn. And I'll tell you what, this is where that anxiety starts building. The iRacing.com pace car makes the hard left turn down pit road. We enter the Geico restart zone. Ladies and gentlemen, grab some popcorn, call a friend, settle in, because we're green flag racing at Daytona.
Doing a lot better now than we were at Talladega at this point as Dominic Sawicki pushes out to a lead. Andrew Miller in the number 43, pushing along in second. Cody McCorkle on that outside line, leading the high lane. Jerry Parker trying to give him that push as they head onto the backstretch for the first time this year.
Brian Chu right now trying to chase down Andrew Miller to close that gap. Miller giving a little bump there to Dominic Sawicki as he's going to keep Sawicki ahead just barely of McCorkle on the high side. Right now, the high line trying to get themselves organized, but as we look back here to Rosa Laszlo, she's kind of falling back there on the high side.
Couple little blinks, hopefully nothing too major, as first lap lead of the season will go to Cody McCorkle, and you're seeing early days here at Talladega That outside line starting to fall apart, just trying to find a running lane here to try to click off some laps here at the beginning of the year.
Gary Parker taking a couple of love taps there to the rear bumper of Cody McCorkle.
Around goes the 2.
Oh, my.
Sorry, the 2 in the back. Jeff Weimer somehow keeps it straight. We are going to stay green, at least for the moment. As we get back up to the front, Dave, I believe we might have to make the switch.
All right, stand by.
Yep, we are going to have to make the switch here, so we are going to take a quick break here, and hopefully this issue will be resolved in just a moment.
Stand by.
Yep, gotcha. Hello. 1, 2, test. All right, so we are on.
We are back
You're
here
on a
at
replay screen
Daytona
right now from what I
International
can see. So
Speedway.
you're full screened. You don't have a break screen?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Just as long as it's up. They didn't miss a thing, so it's fine. About what?
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. We do have to apologize for those technical difficulties. We did warn you about it pre-race, but we should be back and ready to rock and roll now. Dave Riegel and Frank Marchese with you here in the broadcast booth. Frank, it's already been 4 laps and a wreck.
Yeah, one incident in the back, unfortunately, because of the jumping around there. Unfortunately, not able to show what happened to that. But as it stands right now, Cody McCorkle, Jerry Parker, Dominic Sawicki out in front as we currently see it. you're seeing a couple of guys there towards the back that are out of this race. That is a Dave issue, unfortunately. That's
Wait, what
without
happened?
all the
What's
cars
the Dave
being,
issue?
without all the cars being drawn. If you're far enough back in the field, it's not going to show some of the drivers in the right order. But right now, I can promise you. Yep, there you go. Cody McCorkle is in the race lead as we get set to go back to green flag racing here from Daytona. And a pretty solid opening couple of laps. Made this change just because, we don't want to risk it any more than we already have.
I mean, you know what they say. Sometimes you got to risk it to get the biscuit, but right now the payoff just not there for us.
Nope, unfortunately not, as we are getting set to go. We will restart on lap number 7 here tonight, as it will be Cody McCorkle out in front, Jerry Parker, Dominic Sawicki, Curtis Kelly, Andrew Miller, and Brian Chu, the current top 6, and we will keep you abreast of some of the new drivers in new faces, new drivers in new places, I should say, as the race goes on. As Cody McCorkle, Jerry Parker, 2 of those. Curtis Kelly subbing in for Ryan Terrio here today will be the typical pilot of the number 67. Dominic Sawicki moving from the 14 to the 22 from last season. Brian Chu going from the 11 to the 9. Andrew Miller making a move as well. Charles-Etienne Boucher also making a move into the 3 as a series debutant. So a lot of moves that we will keep you up to date on as this race progresses. As of now, though, Dave, we're getting set to go back to green flag racing.
We are, and as the iRacing.com pace car makes the hard left turn down pit road, we hit the Geico restart zone, and we're back underway.
Great restart off the bottom there by Cody McCorkle. Nice shove as well from Dominic Sawicki, that 43 back there as well, and already a couple of drivers from that outside trying to shuffle down to the bottom.
Yeah, that bottom line going to be where we see the majority of the speed throughout this race. Some of that momentum, sure, it's going to be up there on top, but I feel like the top is going to be more of a feeder system. Push yourself up in front of the leader and then drop off whoever you're pushing and wait for your turn.
All the way through to the back, double file lines. We're keeping quite calm here for the moment, as Cody McCorkle not really getting too much of a push, but it is enough to keep him out in front. However, Jerry Parker in that 43 starting to come by. He'll lead that lap. Outside line looking like it's working here early.
Yeah, the outside line getting some momentum here as we come into turns 1 and 2 makes it look almost just that easy to keep momentum as we come out of here. Right now, the 67 of Curtis Kelly giving a little bit of a shove to the 34. That's Jerry Parker on your scoring line. And maybe a checkup a little bit deeper in the field as we look back here toward the 45. And don't look now, but Michael Hagstrom just diving down to the bottom row.
Michael Hagstrom running in the 15 car. Down on that bottom, that Sunny Delight car, one of those cars you can't miss. Running around one of these racetracks.
Sunny Delight. That orange drink that my dad said we never had the money for.
Yep, there you go. 71 of Chris Otto just behind as well. Guys just trying to feel each other out right now. Is up towards the front. Andrew Miller now out in front of that second line, of that bottom line, I should say.
As we take a look here at the 48, that's James Bowles. He's trying to shove along the 24. Almost looks like the old days of Hendrick. 28 and the 48, 24 and the 48, sorry, pushing themselves around his teammates.
Those were 2 Legacy Motor Club racers last year, Isaac Wilson and James Bowles. They have moved over to the Hendrick camp after most of the drivers in that Hendrick camp last year no longer participating in this series. Same can be said for Brian Chu, moving over from Gibbs to drive that number 9 car up at the front now. Second car on the bottom lane. As familiar sights for those of you who watched last year, RCR up towards the front, that number 3 and number 8. Both of those cars were in the championship 4 last season. They are 1 and 2 now on the outside line.
There's something about being at Daytona with a black number 3 creeping his way up toward the front row as Charles Etienne Boucher is getting pushed along by that teammate Franz Bretschneider. And I'll tell you what, there's just this is already a special racetrack. This is already a special race of the year. And, you know, it just makes me smile like the Cheshire Cat watching the 3 up there.
Boucher, series debutant, taking over from Linus Brostrom, who surrendered his car. Franz Bretschneider moving over from the 22 to drive the number 8, given up by Alexander Arildson, who currently runs in the 28th position, right behind our defending series, right ahead, of our defending series champion, Joshua Grosso. Joshua Grosso moving from the 54 to the 23 this season, taking over Michael Gervey's ride after Gervey moved to the 20.
Speaking of Michael Gervey, right now in the middle of all kinds of mayhem, tucked just between Rosa Laszlo and of course as well, Christian Delgado, and just kind of hanging on right here. All of a sudden, the 47 dropping way back, that's Bob Wyckoff. So suddenly it goes from all kinds of crazy to kind of calm right now from Gervey.
47 of Wyckoff was the 87 last year, so cutting his number in half this season. A little there or thereabouts for Bob Wyckoff. Not the 87, the 78. There's the dyslexia kicking in.
It's fine. It's fine. Taking a look right now at Chief Cook and Bottle Washer, Rhea Ferris here in the 12 as she's starting to get
around at the front.
Here we go.
43 around. There goes the 3, the 19, the 12 in it as well.
Yellow flag.
And down on the bottom, a lot of cars.
Oh,
now having
my.
to get stopped up.
And boom went the proverbial dynamite. Here we go. See if we can't find maybe the impetus of this.
Looked like a bad bump off that outside. There was this big pile up here. 22, the 19, there's the 34 of Jerry Parker.
Watching this from the 3.
Corner.
Oh, Netco got the 19, but it didn't matter. It was happening anyway.
48 also up at the wall, gets a little piece of it.
Let's see if I can find one more good camera angle of this, because obviously the rack 'em, stack 'em, and do it all over again just got real interesting real fast. Let's watch from Boucher. You see those hood flaps go up. He's definitely a happy camper to have those on there and keep the rear end from lifting on him.
Look at the 29, by the way. If you can get an onboard camera of the 29 going through this, I think he made it through there with no issue. And he was dead in the middle of the pack as well. 28 here. Up.
Goes low and stays out of the line of fire.
Incredible from Zachary Taylor. Already at the start of this season, as we are under caution for the second time here tonight, working lap number 15. Rhea Ferris, Cody McCorkle, Bob Wyckoff, Chris Van Maastricht, and Larry Fairman have all decided to stay out.
Well, you know, Wow. Let me start with this. You thought Zachary Taylor was just the 12th president of the United States? Oh no, he is the lucky dog today, even without being down a lap.
And that's also big for him as well, because now with that evasion, he will save one of his two fast repairs here tonight.
He will, and I'll tell you what, I just want to zoom in on this. You know, of course, this is going to be the first year in 22 years that we don't see, 23 years, that we don't see a car piloted by Kevin Harvick. And I really liked this paint scheme later on in the year. It's kind of mixed all of them together, and it's just a nice paint scheme. That's all I got.
This was the paint scheme that he ran at the All-Star race at Wilkesboro, was it not?
It was, and I'll tell you what, I like the combination of the RCR days, of course the Stuart Haas days. You know, it's just, this is probably perfect for me.
Probably would have been a little bit more fitting to run that at Atlanta.
Talk about a missed opportunity.
Yep. Looking in the chat right now, Michael Iskander, one of the drivers from last season. I'm not sure. I could have swore I had set the stream to start at about 3:15. If I set it for 5, I do apologize. So we are getting set to go here one more time. So it'll be Rhea Ferris, Cody McCorkle, your front row. As Dave, if you wouldn't mind switching the camera. Angel Hernandez, Franz Brett Schneider will be row number 2. Chris Van Maastricht and Larry Fairman will be in row 3. Brian Chu and Drew Hallman in row 4. Stephen Sear and Charles Etienne Boucher will line up in row number 5. As not quite sure if Rhea knows this or not, or if she does, she's rolling the dice on it. She did get a little bit of front end damage in that. You can see there the front end pretty well and truly beaten in on that number 12. So we'll see if she can lead a line.
Keep going. I'm still doing my hotkeys.
As set to go. Coming out of caution number 2 here in this race, Rhea Ferris and Cody McCorkle set to lead down. McCorkle has been on the front row for all 3 restarts thus far this season. Pace car is off. Rhea Ferris is off, leading that inside lane with Angel Hernandez pushing behind. Green flag in the air, a fairly even get off for both McCorkle and for Ferris, and both getting a nice push behind. Franz Brentschneider in the 8 on the high side. Trying to push the lead away is Angel Hernandez on the bottom. Trying to push as well.
All right, I'm good.
Down to the bottom go both the 42 and the 8, and I think with Rhea's front end damage, she'll certainly be able to stay up in the fight, Dave, but I don't think she'll be able to lead a line the same way a couple of other drivers around her can.
You're gonna have to forgive us for some of the flashing there on your screen. Not sure if you saw it. 40 cars on this sim is pretty heavy for any group.
Yeah, that's why we switched.
And here we are. Well, of course, I'm in the middle of a snowstorm here in the Northeast.
So yeah, we're doing our best here, and again, I'm sure when we go to Rockingham next week, we'll have this little issue sorted as drivers starting to really fan out after that first incident, that first big wreck. We got 13 cars up here in the front pack. Michael Gervey in the number 20, leading a pack of about 6 or 7 cars now starting to make their way into the front pack. And then there is a big 2.5-second gap back to Jeff Weimer in the 2, who currently leads the second group.
Taking a look at the, you were just talking about the front end damage to Rhea Farris. She's riding right here as we're on board on the roof here of the 12. She's holding her own right now behind Franz Bergschneider. And I'll tell you what, I mean, maybe as long as she's got somebody good behind her pushing, she can keep up. And oh boy, she can keep herself up.
Good.
Talk about a code ground.
A little bit of an off push there from Brett Schneider to the 42, pushing that outside lane back a little bit as the 62 of Drew Coleman currently heads that line. 3 of Etienne Boucher back up after taking one of his 2 fast repairs. Second car on that outside lane. 31 of Mark Morton there just behind as well, as is Christian Delgado. Delgado moving from the 4 to the 16 this season. And right now leading the way, a man we saw at the end of last year, Larry Fairman in the number 17 up at the front.
Fairman here, one of our neighbors from the north, of course featured out of Port Perry, Ontario, 52 years old, the young man, in that Fastenal Ford Mustang. And you know what? As a dedicated Fastenal user, it's nice to see him buckled in up here atop the pile. Of course, I got to say, there's a lot of paint schemes tonight that really tripped my trigger. Cody McCorkle and his Wendy's paint scheme. I'm a happy camper right now.
One of the things that
I see is McCorkle going to come up and just give a little shove here to the 17. Is these cars are not near as unstable as the last generation of cars when it came to bump drafting. Before you had to be all but, dead on square to hit that rear bumper. These are a little bit more forgiving. And, even with Rhea's damage there right in the middle of that nose, she can still afford a little bit of an offside bump.
That front end damage for the 12 isn't really going to affect her as long as she is in a pack and in a draft, as we see the 78 car of Brian Treadwell coming out of pit road there on the bottom. So she'll still be fine up here in the pack as long as she's behind somebody, as we saw at the start. Not going to have the greatest of times leading a pack, as right now this top group here consists of about 20 cars. There's one car in the wall there at the back of the group. That was the 29 of Zachary Taylor catching the wall as he attempted to slide back. Alex Redmond is going to keep him from falling all the way to the back of the line in that number 4. By the way, for those of you who remember, the last time we saw Alexander Wegert at Daytona was the Svenska E-Racing League, and about this time last year had a 4-wide race win at the line for that car right there. I believe he was in the 30 that night. He's in the 4 today.
Yeah, there's a lot of names from a lot of different places in this league. I mean, Alan Bergen, of course, famous here on our Sim Racing Media airwaves. Of course, a lot of these folks, this is not the only league that they drive in. Of course, Matt Metler, our former teammate from here at Sim Racing Media. And then those familiar names that are, year after year here in iSNF, like Steven Sear, and of course, Rhea Farris. And we can't say enough, about Rhea, or Brian Chu as well, who Rhea just pours herself into this league.
Absolutely does. The amount of prep work that she does for us in the broadcast booth. I said it to her last year. If every league did this, we'd be a heck of a lot happier as broadcasters. She does an incredible job getting us ready and prepared for these races, so we have time to do what we need to do and are not rushing around and hustling around. However, speaking of hustling around, the 8 and the 3 are back together again, and when you know where they are, they're right up at the front, currently holding off 2 Kaulig Racing teammates leaving the outside lane. It's the 31 of Mark Morton and Christian Delgado in the 16.
You know, and this is where we're going to start to see that top line do what the top line generally does. You know, if they can side draft their way up here along the bottom line, get themselves a little bit of momentum coming down the back chute, we're going to see basically, let's see, what is that, coming right down in front of Brett Schneider. You know, the question is, do you leave your drafting partner alone and just drop yourself down, or do you bring your partner along with you? As the 31 of Mark Morton, you know, is he going to take Delgado with him, or is he going to drop down and abandon him?
Bokar up here at the front, out of the draft. We'll see who this is here in just a moment. It looks like the 60 of Matt Mettler, who will be put a lap down. As Mettler into the wall.
Ooh, a little bit of wall action.
Got sideswiped there by the 41. The 48, pardon me, of James Bowles. So now Mettler will not be able to cling on to the back of this group, as look who jumps out to the outside line. It's Rhea Ferris in the 12, taking the lead of that outside lane, getting shoved along by the 31 of Morton.
That's not the ones that go to the Titanic, the buildsubmarines.com.
Yeah, no, those are legit subs.
Oh, okay.
Car into the wall. That was the 62 and the 5. Both getting into the outside wall. Drew Holman and Steve Sear. As noticing again, Rhea just not able to lead that outside lane as the 29 of Taylor jumps up in front. Taylor, by the way, is a lap down now. He did come into pit just a moment ago after getting into the wall, so he's back up in the lead pack. However, he is not for positions. The first car not on the lead pack.
Yeah, unfortunately, wherever she goes, she's not going to be beneficial right now with that damage on the front end. If anything, everybody else is going to be carrying her. As we take a look at that Wood Brothers number 21 Ford Mustang, as it should be here at the Super Speedway. What would a race in Daytona be without Leonard Wood's work on the racetrack, as he's going to be following around Eduardo Carapado in the 99. 28 laps in the book so far, Frank, and I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with the product that we have seen at this point.
Eduardo Carapado leading the way, leading the 21 around this racetrack, I should say, as the 48 jumps to the outside. Rhea Ferris getting into the wall, door to door with the 4. As she falls back, she's going to really need to get down to the bottom under that 5. And again, this damage that she got from that big wreck on lap 13. And she did not come into pit, and now I think she may have, and yes she has, fallen off the back of that lead group, so she'll get sucked up into the fight with Joshua Grosso here in just a moment, as the second group appear to be very, very understanding of each other, sitting on the line, down on the yellow line.
You know, here's the thing with that. I'm listening to race radio, of course, here in the background. I mean, how many leagues do you see where, you know, action like that would cause people
oh my. He's around, goes to 12.
Oh, my.
Staying green here, not quite sure where Rhea ended up on that, but she had just gotten clipped. A little bit of net code.
I hate to run this back, but of course, without an overlay mask, she didn't. Oh dear.
The yellow flag is out.
And now the caution comes out.
Now the caution comes out for a big wreck in turn 1. Gonna have to see what happened. I could not possibly, if I was an octopus, I don't think I would have had enough fingers and hands for that.
Looked like the 62 was one I saw stop down low. Yes, it was. Holman down there on the bottom.
Here they are coming into turn 1. What a good camera angle for them. Woof. I mean, I've got a 5-year-old that can do that.
Play here is the 29 and the 42 maybe caught each other.
Zachary Taylor crashing. My goodness. Who wasn't involved? I feel like that might be a shorter list.
It was more or less pretty much everybody that was in the front pack. 20 of Gervy going around.
Well, the happiest person out of that is going to be Rhea Ferris, as that's going to allow her to go down, get that fast repair, and stay on the lead lap. She will be, as it scores right now, the last car on the lead lap, but still, lead lap nonetheless. That will shuffle Franz Bergschneider to the front of the pack, just in front of teammate Charles-Etienne Boucher. Larry Fairman going to be restarting on the inside of row 2 with Cody McCorkle. So an interesting restart here as we rack them and stack them.
Taking a look at that replay again, it did appear as though the 62 tried to make it 3 wide going into turn 1. And got the car on the outside of him loose.
See if we can pull that up right here. Maybe I might have to back this up just a smidgen if you will. There he goes, making the move. There it is. Not enough real estate.
Yeah, we've seen 2 big incidents here tonight, and both of them caused by trying to bump draft on the left rear corner panel, which is not advisable.
All kinds of psychosis right now with our connection. Come on.
Yeah, this is typically all right. So let's take a quick break here while we have a chance. We're just about halfway through the first. That's fine to worry about. Don't worry about that. That's fine. As let's take a quick break as we work a couple of things out here in the background. Just about halfway through the first stage here at Daytona, Charles-Etienne Boucher out in front of his new teammate Franz Bergschneider. Back here at the Daytona International Speedway, getting set to go back to green flag racing. Lap 34 is when we will get back to action. Right now, the 2 teammates of Charles-Etienne Boucher and Franz Bergschneider will be leading us down. Mark Morton and Cody McCorkle will sit in row number 2, as now the caution, as we see by lights on the pace car, has been extended to allow everybody time to catch up. And while we do that, let's speak about another driver here that we're seeing up at the front now for the first time tonight. That would be Alex Arilson in car number 91. And the reason why he is not back in his number 8 car, as we mentioned at the season finale at Kentucky a couple of weeks ago, he has decided to step aside from full-time racing. He will be running a part-time schedule. And with the 91 in this series being a part-time car, he has decided to take over that ride. So we will see Alexander Arilson every now and again, but we will see him on a limited schedule.
Well, of course, the Purse Store of Sweden. You ever been to? You probably. I'm going to guess that you weren't a Craig Ferguson viewer.
No.
Never mind.
No, I was not.
Then the joke falls flat.
That's called knowing your audience, folks.
Yeah, well, you know.
That is called knowing your audience.
Speaking of Craig Ferguson, just as an aside, Frank, did you see that Taylor Tomlinson is going to be taking over the late slot?
I did see that, yes.
I'm kind of curious to see how it goes. I mean, look, I was a Craig Ferguson guy. I was not a whatever the British guy's name was.
I know who you're talking about. James Corden, I believe that was it.
We don't need the ticker.
Speaking of Tomlinson, for those of you who are fans of Casey Tomlinson, he is currently occupying the 38th position here, 1 lap down. One of the standing members from last season in that Spire number 7 machine.
And I'll tell you what, and his sponsor, Celsius, is, let me just say, delicious.
Green flag, green flag.
Yes. As green flag comes back out, a big jump on that bottom lane in the 15 of Michael Hagstrom gets turned up into the outside wall.
Charles, at the end, Boucher getting this entire front group to go single file. Looks like about 6 cars deciding that they're going to go single file now. Maybe try to put some distance between themselves and that second group. Now we have 7th. And hung outside to dry all of a sudden is Boucher's teammate, Brett Schneider. As maybe Brett Schneider going to get some help from McCorkle, and all of a sudden also Brian Chu. So 3 Chevrolets from the Hendrick and RCR stables working together.
A big stack up on that outside line on the restart that kind of forced the way the field looks right now. But right now, everyone's starting to come back and get single file. Thomas Pierce right now in that Carvana number 84, Jimmy Johnson's ride from last season, tailing the outside lane. 2 more cars on the back of this line. That would be Jeff Weimer in the 2, Chris Smith in the 22, and then Alan Bergen in the 13. About a second and a half back, leading the second group, with Michael Hagstrom not far behind him. That's Sonny Delight, number 15, who found the outside wall on the restart after a slow start for the high lane.
I mean, this is a nice little group here that we see, of course, headed up by those 2 drivers. But this little group right here, I think if they can really get their act together, we're going to see something interesting. Taking a look right now at Joshua Grosso, who's just kind of hanging on. Again, one of these drivers that, he's obviously not out here for blood at this time of the race. Just ahead of Jeff Weimer, he's kind of in a good, comfortable spot. He's close enough to the 96 of Paul Buchanan just in front of him. He's not going to lose that group's draft. But at the same time, he has built himself in enough reaction time to, make a quick decision should the emergency arise in that Shriners Hospital, number 54.
That is the car you are seeing. We have reset trading paint several times. He is supposed to be in the 23 car this year, so hopefully that'll be fixed on whether on his end or our end come Rockingham next week, as he now starts to make his way past that outside line, which is interesting to see because Brian Chu just a couple of laps ago was the race leader, and now he's falling back on that outside lane. 42 of Cody McCorkle really pushing him as Nathan Christensen has a moment towards the back, and the caution comes out.
Going to take a look and see what happened with Christensen here. Oh, a little bit of landscaping with Nathan Christensen and Rick Doss. As here's going to be the setup and spinning one another down here. Rick Doss here in the 51. Just going to leave some time. Whoa!
Not sure if the 24 caught a piece of a bad draft of the 51. And lucky days for the 14 of Adrian Arenas, who had to bail out after going below the yellow line. If he didn't do that, he would have been involved in it. I'm seeing Roman Noodle in the chat. There was qualifying. That happened pre-stream, so they took care of qualifying and the duels before we went live. And then after we went live, then naturally after we went live, we went for the whole race, so... they did do qualifying, and to join the league, you would look up iSNF on iRacing and look for Rhea Ferris. Heavy damage on the 22 as well down pit road. Dominic Sawicki. We do apologize for the quality issues here tonight, both on my end and on Dave's end. Again, this is
about par for the
cars.
course for it's about par for the course on a super speedway, all things considered.
Yeah, 43 cars in a room does not play nice with the stream unless you have a computer that can run a space shuttle, which neither of us have nor can afford.
No, the lights in it make it look fancy, but it's not that fancy. I mean, to be fair, you're on the West Coast, the server's on the East Coast, and here on the East Coast, we're in the middle of a nor'easter.
There you go.
So I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, I'm just trying to find reasons.
Yeah, this will be sorted by the time we go to Rockingham next week. Unfortunately, something that kind of just have to deal with on one of these bigger races.
Can I just say how excited I am going to be to watch you guys work Rockingham?
Yeah, Liam should be back.
Rockingham is one of those traditional racetracks that I feel like should be on our schedule all the time.
We will be going to Rockingham next week as part of the Season 7 schedule. After that will be the Nashville Fairgrounds for race number 3, and then the iRacing Super Speedway to close out the month of January. February will also see 4 races: Charlotte Roval, Auto Club, Homestead, and Atlanta. Another 4 races in the month of March: Vegas, Phoenix, Bristol, and the Oval at Monza, before taking Easter week off.
I think that's one of the things... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think that's one of the things that iRacing does so well, to take some of these, because we can build our own schedules for these leagues, that we can go to places that are not traditionally NASCAR or Cup Series schedules. And not only that, but, racetracks like North Wilkesboro have basically become immortal. Hickory has become immortal. Being able to go to Rockingham It will always be here on the iRacing.com servers, and it's something that I think iRacing has done a lot of time as a steward of our sport to take care of.
Also, tracks such as Myrtle Beach or Concord that no longer exist.
Did I send you the
That
pictures
will
of Myrtle
forever
Beach?
be here. You did not.
So I was down in Myrtle Beach back in September.
Yes.
With my mom.
Yes, lucky you.
And I wanted, well, lucky me, you live in San Diego. But, I was down there with my mommy and checked out where the racetrack used to be. And, buddy, you can see where you can feel the layout of the racetrack, but they're building condos on top of what used to be. And it's a sin. It's an absolute sin. This is a place where Dale Jr. made his name, popular in the late model series. And, of course, ARCA was there for years, and they just bulldozed it to make room for development, all in the name of progress.
Now, here's what I would do. Being a race fan and understanding that sometimes you do need to lose a racetrack here and there, I would build around the layout. So, take all the walls out, build a park in what used to be the infield, and, build around the track. So you still have the track there.
Green, green, green.
Now, see, that would be good. I mean, of course, you being, a Met fan and knowing New York inside and out the way you do, that's what New York does to a lot of the abandoned stuff in that city. Repurposing, or urban renewal, as we call it.
We have gotten a green flag renewal here at Daytona as Franz Brettschneider immediately jumps down to the low line in front of Charles Boucher. As those two have worked together about as well as you could ask two teammates to work together. That 8 and 3, doesn't matter who's in front, who's behind, those two have worked beautifully together.
I believe it was Sugarland that sang the song Stuck Like Glue, and right now the 8 and the 3 are just that.
Elvis Presley, Stuck on You.
Oh, a whole bunch of stuff.
No, let's not.
Well, okay, if you insist. Larry Fairman, though, making his way up through the field now in the 17. He's up 8 spots, but right now our biggest mover of the day, Paul Buchanan in the 96, up 34 spots from where he had begun. Is that right now running in 9th position? I mean, can you imagine? It's first off, it's like rush hour on the Schuylkill Expressway for him. Getting through. Oh, there goes the 15.
15 of Michael Hagstrom tried to switch from the outside to the inside. Wasn't clear. Far enough off the racing line, so no caution. And he will get that car righted. No damage on the 15. But he is going to be well in the back, 35th, and no one around him for seemingly days. Saw it in the back of the picture. It just tried to go from that outside line to the bottom and ended up causing himself a lot of woe as Joshua Grosso on that high line getting pushed by Chris Otto in the 71. Last year's champion leading that outside line for the first time tonight as they work their way past the 11. That would be Shane Griffin, who moves from the 34 to the 11 this year, replacing Brian Chu in that car. Chu, another driver who, if I remember correctly, was one that was moving from full-time to part-time.
And right now, Grosso getting a push. That's not too shabby right there from Chris Otto, as it looks like they've finally gotten that outside line as we look here from the blimp. They've finally gotten this outside line all nice and tidy. And realistically, Frank, you know just as well as I do, that's the secret to getting around here if you're going to use the outside. You've got to be organized, you've got to be in sync with one another, and really, it's synchronized swimming at 200 miles an hour.
And you're going to see these drivers start to really push now on that outside lane because we are within 20 laps to go of completing this first stage. Again, stage breaks will be at laps 65 and 130 here tonight. as Grosso getting a very good push from that 71. Also the 91 of Alex Arilson, who he beat out for a championship just a couple of weeks ago. 13 of Alan Bergen out there as well. Same with Jerry Parker in the 34. The 24 was driven last year by Daniel Solo, now driven by Isaac Wilson this year. Solo bows out. Outside line really starting to form up, and a lot of great drivers, but the inside line right now just appears to be too much as Brett Schneider, Etienne Boucher, and Delgado all push their way forward.
Everybody all nice and tight here, all the way back through this first group of drivers. I mean, we've got a couple of drivers running all by their lonesome, and then a small pack right here. But everybody else, basically that whole front pack is 17 cars. Wow. As the 34 slides on down just in front of Tristan Bailey. It's Jerry Parker. I'll tell you what, a lot of these drivers, with just fewer than 20 laps to go in stage number 1, I mean, this is where we're going to see that jockeying for position, seeing how close to that top 10 you can get for bonus points.
Rhea Ferris at the back end of this lead group. She is on the lead lap in 27th position as it currently sits. Then 6 seconds back will be this second group that's currently headed by the 6 of Rosa Laszlo, who was in the 77 last season. However, he is not for position. Chris Van Maastricht is the first car in the 38, the second car in line, who is running for position in this second group. Again, 6 seconds back and falling.
Looks like only two drivers so far have put it on the hauler today. That's Gomes in the 41, and Zachary Taylor back down in the pits. We'll see what's going on with him.
Cowie Gomez is still in here. Again, it might be your drawing all cars issue. As Zachary Taylor back in the pits in the 29. Everyone's still in here.
The yellow
Everyone's
flag is
still
out.
running as the caution comes out. Like the 13 of Alan Bergen. Oh, the 99 as well of Eduardo Carapato going around as well.
Going to take a look at this wreck here. As we're, come on.
Well, this happens around the 15. 15 was 3 wide getting lapped, and Michael Gervey just caught him in the in the tri-oval. So there appears to be 2 incidents here. So as the 15 was getting lapped, he got hit by the 20. And then ahead of it, Alan Bergen in the 13, outside of 3 wide, has net code contact with the 24, puts him in the wall, comes down across the 62, and that's what causes the second wreck. So both of those incidents happening at the same time, the 19 getting a piece of it, the 17 getting a piece of the 47, sorry, getting involved, the 45 of Angel Hernandez, as well as the 99 of Eduardo Carapato, and the 10, who I'm just seeing now, of Jared McCauley, took a huge hit right at the end of the pit wall. He got hit by the 20, and that wall down there, right about where the pit exit for the 24-hour cars is, he took a big hit on that wall.
Of course, Frank having to give some of the radio-style replay from that just because Unfortunately, due to connection issues, it seems like we lost the ability to run that replay. Go figure. Seems to be about the story of this race tonight.
Nothing to do with the race, by the way. This is just, again, something happens on bigger fields when you try to record on, when you try to stream on PCs that can't power the sun. So it'll be Franz Brettschneider, Charles Etienne Boucher, Christian Delgado, Mark Morton, Larry Fairman. That is your top 5. Then it's Paul Buchanan, Joshua Grosso, Chris Otto, Brian Chu, and Alex Arildson. That will be your top 10 as we sit right now. Thomas S. in chat. Yeah, we've tried several times to re-upload the paints there. We do know that Grosso is supposed to be in the 23, not the 54.
It's not us, I promise.
Well, it could be. We have both tried several times. So we are getting set to go back towards green flag racing, at least for the moment. As Franz Brettschneider will lead the way with about 11 laps to go before the first stage break.
The iRacing.com pace car are going to stay out for another lap here as they're trying to get themselves sorted out. Take a look back here at Cody McCorkle, Brian Chu, a lot of these names that we hear year after year. You know, there are some leagues that are always impressive that we talk about on the regular on the iRacing.com servers, iSNF being one of them, SNN being one of them, and of course, Western States. I mean, you folks at home don't know how much work goes into keeping a league like this together year after year, season after season. You know, these drivers... Sure, it seems frustrating to be reshuffling and shuffling to get everybody where they are, but there's a lot of work behind the curtain that we don't see.
Speaking of which, this is season 7 for iSNF. This past Tuesday, Western States started season 50. Do you imagine that? Half a century worth of racing. They run 2 seasons a year. They run 2 seasons every calendar year, both one truck season and on Tuesday night and one Friday night series as well. And they can trace their origins all the way back to NASCAR racing back in 1998. So that series has been around for a very long time. It's one of our longest standing series as well on the channel. I believe it is our longest standing series on the channel as well. We've been broadcasting them since season 42 back in 2020. So it's been one heck of a ride with them, and certainly to start a 50th season. Some leagues don't even see a season 7, let alone a season 50.
You know, and we've talked about it before. We're very fortunate in our position here at SimRace Media to have some of these very long-standing leagues. You know, we know that we have nothing to do with it, but we're just fortunate enough that these folks come back year after year and trust us with their product.
Absolutely, as we are getting set to go. Green flag racing just past the quarter mark of the race, and with 11 laps to go before the end of the first stage. Green flag is coming back out, and once again, Brettschneider and Boucher get off to a great start. Those RCR teammates working beautifully.
Going to watch these drivers come through turn 1, and I mean, you know, at this point, they still have not even gotten close to what we would say is up to speed. As it looks like they're going to be checking up coming out of 2.
Wreck in the back. 43 going around in the back. That was Andrew Miller. Had some contact with the 21. And we are under caution for the 6th time tonight.
Going to take a look here at the 43. The 43 appearing to have made contact with the 5, and then, of course, we lost connection.
See it here. 43 came off the top. Oh, the 5 kind of got pinballed there in the middle. Ended up bouncing off of the 21 who was on the bottom. And then back up into the 43 on the outside, and that's what sent the 43 around.
So when we go back, green flag racing, right now about 10 to go to the end of the stage. It's going to be Brett Schneider, Boucher, Morton, Buchanan, Delgado, Otto, Fairman, Arilson, and Grosso, along with Wilson, going to make up your top 10 with 10 to go in stage number 1.
And we can now say we have our first official retirement of the season. Zachary Taylor in car number 29, done for the day after 39 laps. So now, the next question becomes, who will take home the first green and white checkered flag of the season? And right now, it seems to be a question of, will it be Franz Brettschneider or will it be Charles Etienne Boucher? As two Kaulig racing cars will line up nose to tail just behind them. Mark Morton currently sitting in third. Christian Delgado, pardon me, in the 16 did get passed by Paul Buchanan in the 96, so that would leave Delgado on the bottom line. Rosado in the 71 is there. Make it 2 retirements now, at least for the moment, as Kawi Gomez appears to have retired in the 41. A couple of cars deciding to come down pit road. Chris Van Mastrick, Cody McCorkle, Bob Wyckoff, Chris Smith, Andrew Miller, Jerry Parker, Nathan Christensen, Casey Tomlinson, Adrian Arenas, all coming down pit road. We mentioned Casey Tomlinson having a new teammate this season. It was Rosa Laszlo last season. Again, Laszlo has moved on. He will drive the number 6 this year. And the driving duties of car number 77 has moved over to Joey Burgee, who we saw towards the end run the 99 towards the end of last season.
You know, and again, this information would not be available in some of the leagues that we serve. You know, fortunately
unless it's off memory.
Right. You know, a lot of this information is all given to us by Rhea Ferris, and you know, quite frankly, she's almost as good as having a statistician passing notes in the broadcast booth.
It may as well. The driver details that you see on the bottom of the screen, if Dave would be so nice to flash that up on the screen
pull
right
up
now.
Brett
Schneider. Yes, those are all done by Rhea after every single race. That is not a service that we here at Sim Racing Media offer. However,
no.
If you want to
We're
do
good.
it for your league and wish to, if you want something like that, and you care to send us the file that has all that information in it, we would be more than happy to accept it and put it up on screen for you.
I mean, how many other people do you know that would be able to find the 45-year-old driver from Montreal?
I have
say the city.
And you said it wrong as well. I believe it's Montreal. And now Brett Schneider has an issue with both of us, I'm sure, for butchering the name.
Great. Only you and I could go to the UN and make everybody mad.
Yep, there you go. So getting set to go racing here. If math can math, I believe we will have 7 laps to go.
As long as it's not the new math.
Yeah, I believe we'll have 7 laps to go before we hit the end of stage 1.
Going to be Boucher and Brett Schneider on the front row with Morton and Buchanan just behind them. The iRacing.com pace car bringing us out of turn 4. A few more connection issues here. Of course, this has a lot to do with the stream and the amount of data that we're trying to load into it.
Yep, absolutely.
We enter the Geico
green
restart
flag,
zone.
green flag.
Brett Schneider steps on the loud pedal and we're back underway. The 3 car just holding off enough that he can let Brett Schneider drop down in front of him so they can get that teammate action going on. You know, that's something that they had to have been practicing because that was almost perfect.
About the 3rd or 4th consecutive restart that they have done that for. As now, again, the Colleague Racing teammates of Mark Morton and Christian Delgado find themselves nose to tail, running just behind the 2 RCR teammates.
Taking a look at Arildson, getting a little bit of a love tap here from his partner, the 2 car. That's Jeff Weimer, giving him the business on the rear.
A couple of Hendrick teammates just behind as well. That's the 24 of Isaac Wilson, the 9 of Brian Chu. Again, Brian Chu will be a part-time driver this season, as Joey Maines will typically pilot that number 9 for season 7.
I'll tell you what, I got an opportunity about 2 years ago to race with Brian Chu, and talk about a guy who I've seen improve that skill. We were in a truck series race at Talladega together, and just seeing his development over the last 2 years, the few times I've been able to check in here with iSNF, and of course now standing here in the booth again today, what an improved driver. Somebody who has taken that discipline level and really cranked it up to crazy. And that's why he finds himself up here right now in the 7th position after qualifying in the top 5. I mean, sure, you're with me. Look at Alex Arildson going from the back to the front.
This is not the first and only time that we have seen Brian Chu here on Sim Racing Media or the Esports Broadcasting Network. He was also, if I remember correctly, a part of the iRacing East Super Speedway Series on Friday nights that we used to hold. As a part-time racer over there, so we did see Brian Chu grow as well as Alex Arildson doing what he did a lot last year, which is leading in that number 91.
Yeah, Arildson, the Swede from just across the ocean here from Perstorp, I mean, got himself clawed up through 40 positions to lead this piece. I mean, he's going to be side by side here with Brett Schneider. But I mean, at this stage in the race, 5 laps to go here in stage number 1. At this point, he has really gotten himself into a good position to finish up here, get those bonus points with his drafting partner, Jeff Weimer, in the number 2 Blue Oval. So a nice little mix here at the front of the pack. A pair of Chevrolet bow ties, a Blue Oval for a Ford. No Toyotas until we get all the way back to 9th position.
Speaking of Alexander Arildson, currently leading that outside lane in his car, just getting past and now passing his old car. That was the car that 3-shy number 8 machine. That was the car that he piloted last year to a 2nd place finish in the standings. Won 3 races in that car last year. Tied for 2nd most with Jonas Gunnarsson, who won this event last season.
These drivers, now that we've gotten through those jitters earlier on in this race, have really gotten themselves organized. And you know, I'm excited to see stage 2 and 3 unfold. You know, of course, stage 2 going to also be 65 laps, maybe a little bit shorter because of the time under caution. But these drivers overall have gotten themselves nice and organized. And I mean, look, this whole front group here of 19 cars, they still put 6 seconds between themselves and, of course, Alex Wegert leading that second pack.
Alex Wegert running in the 20th position in that number 4 car, leading the next group, as I believe that was the 6 that just went down to the bottom, as here comes Isaac Wilson on the outside with a push from Tristan Bailey, looking for the race lead. So that car number 24 out in front. Joshua Grosso there as well, as is Drew Hallman in the 62. Pit lane is officially closed. 2 laps to go here in stage number 1.
And with 2 laps to go, Isaac Wilson, your race leader, coming out of the start-finish line, diving in here toward turn 1 and 2. You got to wonder, is he going to keep with his partner here in the 19? That's Tristan Bailey. And I'll tell you what, right now, if you can get past the blinking, that's a good spot to be in right now if you're Bailey. I mean, you can get the 24 pushed up, but unfortunately right now, unstoppable seems to be the Arildson and Weimer combination with Brett Schneider in tow.
Brett Schneider really thought about going to that outside line. Unfortunately, that meant leaving ETN, as there goes the 19 up into the wall.
Oh, they
there
made contact!
The 24 around. Caution is going to come out. This is going to be the stage caution, as Alex Arildson goes from full-time to part-time and will win stage number 1, but not without some drama, as Isaac Wilson and Tristan Bailey get connected to bring out the 7th caution of the race.
Going to try to zoom in as close as we can here. It's almost, he caught that right rear quarter panel, and all bad things happened at once.
Not sure if Bailey, because we saw down the back straightaway that 19 was beating the back bumper off of the 24, moving the 24 of Wilson all over the place.
A lot of
Not
frustration
sure if,
on... Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, not sure if the 19 got shoved out there or if he was trying to make a move, and looking at the replay, at least on my end, he made the move, and the 24 was late to react. 62, 22, 96, 45, 71, 99, all getting involved.
A lot of frustration on the racetrack, of course, right now. It's one thing to have a wreck. It's another thing to have a wreck in front of everybody else. I know that I've been in the position, being the lapped car or the car with a little bit of damage coming down pit road. You're trying to get out of everybody's way. It's a completely different thing at full race speed.
And with that, everyone will come down pit road here. So Alexander Arildson takes the first green and white checkered flag of the season, and we will take a break and be right back. 1 stage down, 2 left to go here at Daytona. Getting set to go back to green flag racing here for the iSNF Daytona 500. We are one stage down, still 2 to go. The next planned caution will come out at lap 130. Alexander Rilson, winner of the first stage. Bob Wyckoff, after coming into pit under the last caution on lap 55, he will be the race leader. He has elected the outside line. Rilson will sit on the bottom with Jeff Weimer pushing him. Green flag is back in the air. Stage number 2 is off and running.
I want to take this moment here to thank everybody for making us a part of your afternoon and now evening. Here is Dave Regal and Frank Marchese in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth, live from Daytona International Speedway. This is iSNF opening week here, and at the opening of Stage 2, Alex Rilson getting himself cranked up to crazy, being pushed by Jeff Weimer. This is going to be a pairing that we see all year long.
And also a great job done as well, again, by Franz Brettschneider and Charles-Etienne Boucher in that number 3. Shows that it doesn't matter where they are in the field, they will get nose to tail off the restart. And look up the middle, the 42 and the 9 pushing their way through, move them up to 3rd and 4th on the outside lane.
Things starting to heat up at the opening of Stage 2. Usually it's toward the end, but everybody trying to jockey for position, maybe get themselves locked in. We see Joshua Grosso's paint scheme finally getting itself corrected. He's in that number 23 McDonald's paint scheme. Makes me hungry for a McDouble. Of course, I'm hungry all the time. It's fine.
Oh, you know.
But a long night for some of these drivers ahead. We see coming back onto the lead lap going to be Alan Bergen, who is the lucky dog at the end of Stage 1. Trying to look through here and see anybody else that was down laps. Looks like Matt Mettler getting himself back up here onto the lead lap, running in 17th position now. As Matty Ice in his veins, right up behind Thomas Peters.
That 60 machine that'll be driven by David Reagan in this year's Daytona 500 will be a part-time ride for the Penske Group as the 84 clips the 12. 12 goes into the outside wall. Keeping it straight, though, now the caution comes out.
Gonna see what happens here, as I'm afraid that's going to take some of these drivers. Hopefully they haven't used that fast repair yet, but try to keep an eye on. My goodness. Picture this as Braille, folks. You really got to get a feel for it.
Rhea was up just a little bit in that outside lane. And along came a car in the middle, and that was that for the right front corner of car number 12, and I believe this will be her second and last fast repair here in this race.
You know, that's something that's an advantage to so many different drivers, especially in a race that's this long. You know, a lot of times you see no fast repairs. In fact, we're going to see that in just a little over a month, about 6 weeks away, when Sunday Night NASCAR Cup Series racing comes back to sim racing media with, well, I've heard that the voice of SNN is fabulous. That's a rumor. But we're not going to see any fast repairs in that league, so you're going to suddenly see that field drop from, 40 cars to suddenly 22. So here, this at least keeps a lot of the cars on the track tonight.
I didn't know James Riles and Cliff Corvo were coming back for SNN this year. That's great news.
Yeah, that's...
No, Dave Regal is the voice for SNN.
As you know, SNN is my baby. I think that you and I have a few leagues that you and I get to call year after year here on SRM, and SNN, because they are who I broke in with in this industry. They are family to me, just like WSRL is for you, and of course, both of those. I'm not going to go there. I can't. I almost lost it. Never mind.
seeing Mark Morton and Christian Delgado, who will line up nose to tail on the inside line, I would have to assume, here for this next restart, the two colleague racing cars. There is a third colleague racing car. That would be Alan Bergen in the number 13. He is a sub-driver for this season. He is taking the place of Jackson Carr, who last year closed out the season winning the final 3 races to take a season-high 5 wins last year. Jackson Carr came home winning Auto Club and Talladega in the round of 8, and then won the season finale at Kentucky. So Jackson Carr unable to make it here tonight with the earlier start time, but he is expected to be the full-time driver of car number 13 this season.
You know, that's something that I love to see here in iSNF, that they're always looking for those sub-drivers, fill a seat, get our field full and looking good.
His first win? You want to take a guess at what Jackson Carr's first win was last year?
Is it the Sunshine State?
No, it would have been at Kansas, round number 10. The significance of that race, that was the first race that iSNF ran after Tony's passing, the Trapasso 200.
Why are we doing this today?
That was just a fact. That wasn't meant to be anything other than a fact.
He's messing with us. Look, it's Saturday afternoon. It's snowing like a son of a gun in Syracuse right now. He's cold and out of cigarettes.
It is a very nice 66 degrees in San Diego right now. Just saying. But it will be an even better 57 tomorrow.
You know, that's got to be no matter what sport you're watching, when they give the weather report, it's always nice. You know, it's not like being in Syracuse, Philadelphia, where it's just miserable.
Speaking of the weather report here for this race, it is still 74 degrees in Daytona, just past 5:30 p.m. in sim time. So it's been a little bit more than an hour and a half a little shy of an hour and a half of racing here tonight. So we should be getting the lights on here at Daytona, if not soon. Yeah, it'll be sooner rather than later, as we are still about 27 laps away from halfway.
The interesting number that I'm watching right now is that track temperature at 74 degrees. There is more grip in this track than 3M has in Velcro.
That's quite a bit, to be fair.
I mean, you look at of course it's hard to gauge it after just coming out of the stage break, but some of our lap times that we're going to be seeing tonight, the fall off is not going to be near as dramatic as the first stage, which I think is what's interesting about using the real sim and the real timing for these cars, because we're going to see realistic tire fall off as we go back. Green flag racing. Mark Martin getting pushed around by Christian Delgado. Delgado looks like he's going to stay right where he is and allow Arilton to get behind him, as Arilton going to drop into line with Jeff Weimer and Cody McCorkle. As McCorkle not ready to get the Frosty just yet, as he's ready to crank up the heat now.
Speaking of a lot of fast laps, Eduardo Carapato in the number 99 currently holds the fastest lap of the race at a 45.61 in car number 99. Keeping an eye on that for most of the night. Most of the drivers in the 46s. Alan Bergen is coming down pit road. He is, as well as Dominic Sawicki. Both of those drivers coming in here early. Would assume to serve a penalty of some description.
Watching Brian Chu right now on the high side, he's finally got some help with Cody McCorkle as McCorkle came up to his rescue. Now they collect a third, fourth, and fifth. All of a sudden, that top line just formed out of nowhere. All it took was Brian Chu to go up as a cowboy, go John Wayne style, and all of a sudden he's got a posse.
84 out there as well. That would be Thomas Pierce, living in Canada, born in Switzerland. For car number 84, and that would mean that would mean. Let me see here if I get my numbers right. 11 different countries being represented here tonight. And in this series, 30 Americans, 6 Canadians, 3 Swedes, Rosa Laszlo from Hungary, Dominic Sawicki from Poland, Angel Hernandez from Mexico, Ria Ferris, Norwegian, Eduardo Carapato from Portugal, Adrian Arenas from Spain, Cauê Gomez from Brazil, and now Thomas Pierce from Switzerland. 11 different nations represented in this series.
You know, you can never say that iRacing isn't worldwide. This league puts that on pure, beautiful display.
Absolutely does.
I see there's no representation from France.
Well, the French Canadians with Charles Etienne Boucher.
Yes, Quebec. They wanted to break away from Canada and still keep the money.
Oh, now we got Canada mad at us.
That's fine. Look, that's like a kid who moves out of the house but still wants help from mom and dad.
No one was mad at us when Liam did these broadcasts with me.
Liam doesn't take shots at other countries.
Liam stuck at work today. He will be back next week with us here for iSNF at Rockingham.
Why do I feel like you're promising people that they don't have to hear me again?
I'm not saying that. You just said a couple of weeks away as the caution comes out. As I believe Stephen Sear, yes, he is going through the grass.
Looking for him.
Car number 5.
Can't see him. There he is. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see that one. There's a surprise. Seems like with a weird connection, all the cool stuff gets taken away.
Yeah, unfortunately. 48 down the back straightaway in one of the smaller packs towards the back. The 48 of James Bowles swung down in front of the 4. The 62, who was following the 48, tried to do the same, and unfortunately, the 5 was there, and the smooth transition between the 48 and the 4 did not appear to be as smooth for the 62 and the 5. 62 of Drew Hullman did hit the wall down on the infield in what would be, or what will be, a wall that I'm sure will be hit quite a bit in iRacing over the next couple of weeks, just beyond the bus stop. And unfortunately missed both sets of tire barriers down there and hit the actual wall.
You know, it's interesting when we see that we change layouts for these racetracks the way that we do, both in real life and here on iRacing. You know, it's weird when you think of the Daytona road course or the Charlotte Roval, tracks that we never in stock car racing used to think about road racing. I've kind of come to terms with both of the Roval layouts. I kind of like them. I'm kind of starting to like them. As you and I have discussed... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
As you and I have discussed so many times, you know, the rest of the world is turning right and left in racing, and we acted like we just uncovered the holy grail by saying, oh, we can do this. Just like single hub tires. You know, we're a little bit behind in times, but wow, when we do it really well.
Absolutely. And speaking of all the stuff that'll be coming up here on iRacing at Daytona, the Roar Before the 24, which will feature the Ligier LMP3, the GT4s, and the touring cars here on iRacing, I believe is next weekend.
According to
The
the schedule,
12th, the 12th, 13th, and 14th. 19th, 20th, and 21st will be the 24 Hours of Daytona, which will be the GT prototypes. The Cadillac, the Acura will make its debut. The 24 Hours of Daytona, same with the Porsche, will make its debut at the 24 Hours of Daytona. The LMP2 and the GT3s. The new Audi will be making its debut, the Audi Evo. The 24 Hours of Daytona this year.
Oh, thank
then
goodness.
the weekend after that, the 26th, 27th, and 28th will be the real life Rolex 24. And then the weekend after that, NASCAR will be in Los Angeles to run the third Clash in the LA Coliseum.
You know, every year since we've started doing this now, the first year I kind of cringed when I thought LA Coliseum. Last year I kind of thought, well, this is strange, but I've really embraced the Jerry Jones way of thinking when it comes to Los Angeles. Do you remember this? When we were ready to move the Rams back to LA, and, you know, Jerry hit this right on the head. You want to have your sports in the media capital of the world, Los Angeles. And to have NASCAR there, it opens up such a wild group of people that are watching. I mean, who could possibly think of some of the people, celebrities and otherwise, that show up at the Coliseum? You know, plus, it's always fun to watch a guy from Alabama ask for directions while he's on Rodeo Drive.
Rodeo Drive, probably.
Okay. Looking for Rodeo Drive in Berkshire?
Close enough. Now Alabama's mad at us. Thank you. As we get set to go, 19 laps shy of halfway, working our 9th caution of the night, and as you can see, the glare, the lights are on here at Daytona as this twilight has officially gone from twi to night here at Daytona.
There's something cool about watching the lights reflect off the hoods and the windshields of these cars.
Yep, absolutely.
I think sometimes I get a little nostalgic.
I believe it.
Pace car diving off, making its hard left down pit road for another time. We hit the restart zone, the loud pedals hit the floor, and we're back underway. Christian Delgado getting a jump here over Mark Morton and Alex Wilson. Delgado wasting no time at all to drop to that low line, leaving the 42 of Cody McCorkle out to fend for himself. He said, listen, pal, I appreciate the shove from the back end, but I've got work to do up here atop this pile. As now, once again, Brian Chu hopping out in front of McCorkle. They decide they're going to work together. Brian Chu, it seems like he's trying to do enough favors on the racetrack to get help when he's going to need it.
There is Brian Chu getting out to the race lead. Unfortunately, the 42 of Cody McCorkle not able to get clear. Cody McCorkle in the 42 this year was in the 19 last season. That's being taken over by Tristan Bailey.
Now you watch the 9. There we go. He's going to there. That yes. Now see, that's being an effective and polite draft play.
So he takes the 42 down to the bottom with him. By the way, we do have a third retirement after that incident with the inside wall. Drew Holman officially done for the night, car number 62. So now it's Drew Holman, Kelly Gomez, and Zachary Taylor, the 3 retirements here tonight. 40 drivers of the 43 still remain. And while there have been a lot of cautions here early, one thing that is doing is that it is weeding out drivers and removing some fast repairs that some drivers have, which means less and less cautions, theoretically, as we get further and further along in this race, as drivers run out of those precious fast repairs.
Watching Chris Otto here push along Jeff Weimer in the 2, Green Bay, Wisconsin's very own. Looks like Chris from Spire Motorsports.
The yellow flag is out.
Yep, and here we go.
Oh,
In turn
somebody
one.
around.
I see smoke. I don't see cars.
Looks like my guess would be it was the 15 of Michael Hagstrom, and it was. So Michael
Race radio
Hagstrom.
already calling out.
Ooh. Looked like there was a checkup on the bottom line. Hagstrom got the message to check up. Casey Tomlinson behind did not, nor did Eduardo Carapato in the 99.
Arilson coming down pit road before everybody else.
36 and
Looks like he's gonna take
34. 36 and 34 also getting involved in that as well.
Looks like Arilson just disappeared from in front of our very eyes.
Yep, Arilson is done for the night. So first stage winner, and unfortunately for him, does not make it beyond halfway.
So when we get ourselves racked, stacked, and ready to go again, Brian Chu, Cody McCorkle going to lead us back to green with Christian Delgado and Mark Morton in tow. Brian Chu has worked his way up here, you know, again from 5th position, but he's almost been everybody else's buddy tonight. As he and Cody McCorkle, he did the perfect thing when you're drafting. I mean, I hate to see people abandon whoever they, you know, were helped by, and this time Chu waited until McCorkle got out with him.
Chu came down pit road, made it very obvious that he was going to pit. Cody McCorkle made it very obvious that he was not going to pit right up until the point when he didn't.
That's
So
called a
1 and
quick
2
decision.
Yeah, 1 and 2 did come in. And also with that, Christian Delgado and Mark Morton both made it very obvious that they were pitting right up until the point when they didn't. So it'll be Christian Delgado, Mark Morton, Thomas Pierce, Jeff Weimer, Chris Otto, your top 5, Alex Wegert in the 4. We'll jump up to 6th. Andrew Miller, Chris Smith, Tristan Bailey, and Brian Treadwell will be your top 10 at the moment. We'll keep you up to date on drivers who are dropping out of this race, thanks to a lack of fast repairs, as we are still 15 laps shy of halfway.
Taking a look here at Andrew Miller from Mandan, North Dakota. I can only imagine what there must be to do in Mandan, North Dakota.
Speak with a man named Dan, we might guess.
I guess. Let's see. They have a population of 24,000.
There you go. Help yourself out.
And it turns out that the Mandan are a Native American tribe of the Great Plains. The more you know.
Absolutely.
Well, folks, you hang out with Uncle Frank and Uncle Dave, and we're here to entertain and inform. Live on Sim Racing Media in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth.
There's a lot of informing that has been going on here tonight. I could guarantee you that.
If I'm not on a government watch list yet, I don't know.
You're certainly on an Alabama and Canadian watch list after some comments you've made here tonight.
Look, just saying. Never mind. No, you know, how do we have so many great Canadian hockey players, but they've been on a drought for the Cup?
No, let's not start this, please. Let's not start that. let's go back to more informing, shall we? So
You have any,
in the 6 seasons that this race has been run, the full-length Daytona 500 to start the season, Brian Chu was the first winner of it, by the way, back in season 2. 16 cautions. Season 3, won by Skylar Carnes. Brian Chu finished second. 15 cautions. Season 4 was won by Francisco Villarreal. 21 cautions. And then the last 2 seasons were won by Jonas Gunnarsson. 21 cautions in season 5 and 15 cautions last year. So we are right about in the window to be just above last year, but just below the year before.
that I believe if you're just above one number and just below another, I think that's what they call an average.
Yeah, just about, huh?
And it seems average. It seems about
See?
on target.
See? More learning from Frank and Dave in the booth.
Of course,
As we are
also,
getting set to go once again.
it is that time, by the way. It's a finale weekend in the National Football League.
Yep.
A lot of things going on there in the NFL.
Green,
Christian
green, green.
Delgado, though, ready to rock and roll. It seems like if you're going to restart, you want to, wow, that was close. You want to be on the top side where Mark Morton just was. Mark Morton nearly taking the front nose clip off of Christian Delgado.
I think the reason why we're seeing so many drivers start up on the outside is because of what we've had up here at the front. We've had the 8 and the 3 nose to tail starting first and second. And now we have the 31 and the 16 starting nose to tail first and second on the front row. So I think that's why we're seeing the outside line be so competitive at the start, is because maybe the inside line back it off a little bit to allow that teammate down.
That's entirely possible. As we watch here, a little 3-car breakaway.
Speaking of the 3 and the 8, they are back together again.
Wasn't that the song from Kermit and Fozzie?
Just about. No, that was on the road. No, that was moving right
Together
along.
Again. No,
Oh.
Together Again in The Muppets Take Manhattan.
Big wiggle out of the 71 of Chris Otto. He will fall into the middle. As Otto jumps behind Thomas Pierce on that bottom lane.
As we're under caution, looks like Alan Bergen went off track here. Let's see what. Oh, she couldn't. There he goes.
Hits the 11 as well. Coming back on.
I can't wait till we get this connection thing sorted out. It's almost like we have to call iRacing and beg them to stop it. You don't have Dale Jr.'s number in the super secret phone, do you?
I do not, no, unfortunately. It's like another checkup in 3 and 4. 11 hits the back of the 47. The 12 pushes the 54 into the corner of the 13. 12 pushes the 23 into the corner of the 11. And a couple of drivers in the back that just could not get away fast enough. As the 11 comes down right across the front of the 13. So 4 cars genuinely involved in that incident. The 11, 13, 23, and the 51. All catching a piece of that.
As I was mentioning a moment ago, finale weekend for the regular season in the National Football League. 11 minutes left in the first half in Baltimore with.
No, don't spoiling scores. No spoiling scores. Don't do that here.
It's not much of a spoiler. It's just nasty.
We don't do that here.
It's an exciting weekend in sports.
It is. Kicked off tonight, by the way, as I found out tonight, is the kickoff for Supercross.
Yes.
On your local NBC or NBC Sports Network affiliate.
You can also head on over to ESPN Plus and check out as much NLL action as you could possibly imagine.
Yes, you can.
Tell me that's not the greatest ad.
It certainly is. I mean, I've done a lot of work with the San Diego Seals over these last couple of years, who have been routinely one of the best teams in the West. Last year they were the best team in the West. Really got me hooked on that.
I think it's great. I have probably addicted a few extra people. I'm going to say at least 10 people to indoor lacrosse. And folks, indoor lacrosse, if you're not aware, is not what you see played in college. Indoor lacrosse is hockey without skates.
Yes.
It's
perfect
exciting.
Example. Tiny net, massive goaltender. Most of it's all pads.
Oh, see, I thought they just had guys that were my size.
Yeah, well, I'm bigger than you, and I'm not playing professional lacrosse.
That's fair. I don't think I'd be as flexible. I'd wind up in the hospital.
Yeah, pretty much do it.
A hospital? What is it?
The big building with patients, but that's not important right now. What is important is Alexander Wegert is leading this race right now. Up 30 positions from where he started. He is getting his first laps led of the night. Andrew Miller, Thomas Pierce, Larry Fairman, Brian Treadwell, your top five, with Matt Mettler, Franz Bretschneider, Charles-Etienne Boucher, Paul Buchanan, and Chris Van Maastricht. Your top 10 as it sits.
As we have seen so many times, Daytona has a habit of, shuffling different names throughout the race from one end of the spectrum to the other. 1 minute you've got what we thought were the usual suspects for this race atop the pile. And, we had some people that I'm guilty of counting out, like Matt Mettler or Alex Wegert. And all of a sudden, they're up here. Alex Wegert's plus 30 all of a sudden.
Again, if you have not seen the finish to the season opener at Daytona for the Svenska iRacing League, and it is up in our archives, Wegert comes away with a win by about 2/1000ths of a second in a 4-wide finish. Just unbelievable.
Just want to thank everybody once again for making us a part of your evening as we approach the halfway point here in the Daytona 500, the opening race of the iSNF season number 7 here. Dave Regal and Frank Marchese here in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth, bringing you all of the action from flag to flag as Alex Wegert and Andrew Miller get ready to roll us out of turn 4. Frank.
Yep, getting set to go. Andrew Miller back up towards the front. Remember, he started in third, got involved in an incident earlier on and fell back, decided to ride for a little while, but now he cycled his way back up to the front. Pace car is off, about to begin lap number 93 of 200 here at Daytona. Wegert on the gas. Green flag is back in the air. And Wegert getting a very good start, but is about to get swallowed up.
Yeah, nobody willing to help Wegert out here except for Thomas Pierce on the bottom. Pierce trying to bring along Brian Treadwell in the 78. Treadwell working his best here, but quite frankly, the only two players or drivers up here that are trying to play together are Boucher and Bretschneider that we've seen all night long, and right now they're side by side. You have to imagine that eventually, once that slot opens up, we're going to suddenly see the 3-car drop down into the low line.
Absolutely, and it is just about open now, and that is exactly what happened, spoken into existence as Boucher gets down to that inside lane. Outside lane currently being led by two Roush teammates, but Larry Fairman and Matt Metler. Now, if you're seeing one different car compared to another, there is a reason for that. Larry Fairman is running the 2023 Cup Series Mustang. And if you look back just a couple of positions, back to Dominic Sawicki, running also in that outside line, the 22. That is the 2024 Ford Mustang. The number 2 has it as well. Those are the Ford Mustangs that we will see.
The yellow flag is out.
Running in the race is, big incident just in front of these guys.
Again. I'd say big incident, but I can't find it. I see Cody McCorkle popping up. This is, folks, we do apologize for all of this. There it is. I couldn't see who he collected. Let's see if we can bring that back.
Franz Brettschneider was a
it's
part
the
of
8.
the start of it.
That's not going to make Brettschneider very happy.
8 goes up into the middle lane and then tries to come back down. Unfortunately, the 96 had already filled the gap, and there may have been some netcode in there as well.
Well, netcode plays such a heavy part in super speedway races here at Daytona that, it's almost expected. When these cars are moving at the speeds that they're moving, as close as they are to one another, it almost puts a bubble around them. And that bubble gets bigger the faster that you go and the closer that you are.
Also, it's connection as well. That's why racing with Australians on iRacing has always been very, very entertaining. With their net code, as Alex Wegert is going to peel out from second place. He will come down pit road. The 24 of Isaac Wilson with damage from that incident. He is coming down pit road as well. But again, to complete the comment there, the 17 is running last year's Ford Mustang. The 22 is running the Mustang you will see circulating the racetrack in the Cup Series this year.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting for them to change body and paint scheme. Well, of course we say body, but really it's just a paint scheme with a couple of extra shadows on it, if you will. But, of course these are all templated cars, so a lot of it simply has to do with paint, decals, stickers.
Other change
they have
that will
done
be
a really
made.
nice job, though, with these next-gen cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And another change that will be made from this year to last year will be a brand new body on the Toyota Camry as well. Getting rid of that triangle pitted nose that you see on the Camry now and more flat, round. Think of PS1 Laura Croft.
Wow.
For the front end of the Toyota Camry for 2024.
I remember her being very pointy as well.
Yep. That's pretty much what the Camry is going to look like this year.
Good. An arrow flying through the air.
Yeah. Like a wedge. Cut through the air nicely.
That reminds me of my first Pinewood Derby car. It was literally a doorstop with wheels.
Well, there you go. Alan Bergen checking in the chat, and unfortunately that means if a driver is checking in the chat, that means he is no longer in the race. So right now we have 5 retirements from this race. Zachary Taylor made it 39 laps. Cowie Gomez made it 50. Drew Holman done after 77. Alex Arielson pulled off after 84. Alan Bergen done after 89.
Best of the rest. Those 5 cars, look, they put up a heck of a fight. Zachary Taylor first out, but, a lot of these drivers put up one heck of a fight all night long. And, they should still get a good tip of the helmet as far as effort that they put into this race.
Shane Griffin is still on pit road, has been for the last 10 minutes trying to repair damage to that car. As it sits right now, Curtis Kelly is not on the lead lap. He is the only car one lap down, so the 67 will get his lap back with the next caution, whether that be the stage break at lap 130 or sooner. James Bowles, Michael Gervey, Michael Hagstrom, all 2 laps down. Jared McCauley is 3. And Shane Griffin at the moment is 6 and counting, as Griffin now rolling off of pit road.
Maybe Griffin heard us talking about him and decided it was time to get moving.
And that or his repair time is up. And again, that's something we'll be seeing. We'll be seeing that a lot more as this race goes on. Drivers running out of fast repairs and electing to either stay and repair damage or retire from the race.
As the drivers make their way out of turn 4, past that Sunoco Race Fuel tower. Of course, once upon a time, that tower was graced by the blue and orange 76.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while, though, since we've seen that. As we get ready to come back, green flag racing.
Too.
What's that?
Spotter stays
Green flag, green flag.
Really?
Yes, there were. Green flag is in the air. I believe it was the old one down in turn 3. A NASCAR official would actually be in that little bubble, watching, spotting for any debris.
Well, see, now that's interesting. You know, speaking of NASCAR officials, if you will, I'm not trying to upset another group of people, but
here we go.
you know, there are certain officials in sports that just really grind my gears. You know, of course, baseball umpires somehow making the game about themselves. But I think the NASCAR official upsets me just a little bit because while he's watching, you know, somebody pull onto pit road, 8 guys surrounding this car to get the tires changed, the fuel in it, it makes me feel like that's the neighbor across the street who's not really a car guy, but he's just got his hands crossed in front of me going, "What do you got there, flathead screwdriver? Huh? Oh, so you're using the Phillips now." You know, I feel like if you're going to stand there, at least help me a little bit.
By the way, all hate mail requests for this race goes to... big incident! 17-9, hard in the wall in the back.
Larry Fairman. Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, Fairman
People
in the middle.
for it.
9 of Chu gets down into him, and then up the track they both go. 12 has nowhere to go. 51 has nowhere to go. 45, 34 gets involved in it as well. 60 punches a little hole through. Under caution for the 13th time tonight, as we have just now crossed over onto the halfway lap.
Just waiting to see him. Waiting for the connection to calm down here so we can get a good look at Brian Chu's machine as he comes down pit road. Because he got, from what I could tell, I could see, he got whacked.
Chu tried to sneak it up on the bottom. Sent the 17 sliding, and unfortunately that was that. And again, we've said it a multitude of times throughout the race here tonight. We do apologize for the connection issues. And if you think the connection issues that Dave is having is not all that great, mine's not much better. So we do apologize for that. Again, with what I'm sure will be a smaller than 40 car field at Rockingham next week, this issue will kind of resolve itself.
We should start to see, now that we're getting down to an average normal sized field, we should start to see some of these things calm down and fix themselves. As Andrew Miller going to be up atop the pile this time around. Let's see if we can force it to look normal. It's getting better, I promise.
67 of Curtis Kelly gets his lap back. Actually, I think Michael Gervey is going to get a lap back, as Curtis Kelly may have been a part of that incident. So Michael Gervey will get the free pass. And now it'll be between Curtis Kelly and Michael Gervey, who will be up one lap down. James Bowles, car number 48, done for the evening.
Looks like we still have, let's see here, 23 cars on track right now turning laps. Angel Hernandez now back out off of pit road, as well as Isaac Wilson, Dominic Zawicki, everybody trying to get back out, as Zawicki, Parker, Chu, and Christensen still getting their repairs done on pit road. Zawicki's only been down for 1 minute and 31 seconds, but even under caution, that's costing him precious time.
Yeah, a lot of the guys that are on pit road right now. Rhea Ferris, we just saw Matt Mettler. Well, I just saw Matt Mettler move off. He's rolling now. 34 of Jerry Parker, repairing damage from this most recent incident that has brought us just past halfway here at Daytona. As it will be Andrew Miller and Thomas Pierce. It doesn't seem to matter who it is, but there is always a pair of teammates up at the front. We saw it at the beginning with the 3 and the 8. Then the 31 and 16 had their go. Now it's the 43 and the 84 running their team cars up here at the front.
You know, in a lot of racetracks, you don't see teammates. I mean, don't get me wrong, teammates are always important. But at a super speedway where drafting is king, you know, teammates become even more important.
Absolutely. It has been a long day for these drivers here today, not just with this race. Prior to today's race's beginning, Joey Burgee setting fastest time for pole here for the race. Outside line, running the first duel. Even number qualifiers running the first duel, won by Dominic Sawicki, taking the first official checkered flag of the year. Joey Burgee won the second duel this morning in a fantastic shot, by the way. Joey Burgee won that race backwards in the outside wall, won by half a car length over the man who currently occupies the race lead, Andrew Miller. So we've had a ton of racing here at Daytona for the iSNF Cup Series here already today. Now tacking on another 200 laps to it. 3-lap dual races each, plus qualifying.
Green.
It's been a long day for these drivers to open up the season. Green flag is in the air, racing on lap 103.
Watching Andrew Miller take off already. He can't put that much speed between himself and the 84. Otherwise, the 84 is going to blow his doors right off.
Be making a slot in behind teammate Brian Treadwell in the 78 will hold station there. Then it is the 3 and the 4 battling side by side. That's Etienne in the 3, or Etienne Boucher in the 3. Alex Wegert leading that outside lane, getting pushed by Chris Van Maastricht. Steven Sear out there, as well as Adrian Arenas, who is returning after taking last season off in car number 14 out of Madrid, Spain.
You guy on the low line once again. They have their act together, as we can see. But I'll tell you what, watching Alex Wegert lead the high line, everybody getting themselves back in
Caution's out
order.
in the back.
And the caution comes out for Angel Hernandez.
Oh, yep, Angel Hernandez around. Matt Metler's around, as well as the 6 of Rosa Laszlo. 20 of Michael Gervey involved. Looks like the 10 of Jared McCauley as well. See what happens here. Again, it just appears to be another checkup in the middle of the field that some guys didn't see. The 36 and 17. All 3 Roush cars involved here. 36 goes around. 60 runs through the 10 and then into the 45. Eleven and the 20 get involved as well.
14th caution of the day. So a lot of the laps that we've laid down here, you got to figure an average of about 4 laps per. I mean, it's been a long day pacing, and for some of these drivers who have been in since the early on, qualifying races, you've got to imagine they're starting to get sore in the seat.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I took the pro move and went with a mesh pair.
Ah, yes.
Tailbone doesn't take a beating with a mesh pair.
I'm more of a cushion guy.
We're now going to start to bring this up as leaders all come down pit road here. Again, stage break comes out at lap 130. Record for cautions here in this event was season 4 and 5 both had 21. Those are your caution records. Record time to complete this race. Season 5 took 3 hours and 38 minutes. We are currently at 2:15.
Oh, joy.
To be fair, all of the races except for Season 3 took 3 hours and 21 minutes to complete 200 laps around here. The other 4 races are all within 10 minutes of each other.
Huh, you don't say.
Season 2 is 3:28. Season 4 was 3:31, then 3:38 the record, and then last year was 3:33.
Van Maastricht getting a few last-minute instructions from his fellow drivers. The Muskegon, Michigan native, 38 years old, driving the number 38 for Front Row Motorsports. Going to lead us back to green alongside Mark Morton. Out of Cartersville, Georgia. A pair of DNFs last season. Steven Sear from Poland, Maine. So is he from Poland or Maine?
Believe it or not, some countries have cities and towns named after them, so he would be from Maine in a town called Poland.
You know there's a real Poland Spring.
Yes, I did know that.
And it still flows.
Yes.
Thank you, History Channel and Modern Marvels for the miracle of water. Just in case you ever need it, basically they use Modern Marvels, the water documentary, as well, they see if people who have brain damage still have any activity. If you make the needle move, they don't pull the plug.
So we were going to name this instead. When we were switching from ESPN to SRM, we were going to switch to the Discovery Channel, but that was already copyrighted, so we stuck with SRM.
I mean, look, just in
Believe it
case
or
we're
not.
looking for another rebrand.
Chris Van Maastricht, by the way, leading for the first time tonight in that number 38. A little bit of front end damage on that car as well. Steven Sear, who we've seen up towards the front a time or two in that number 5, is now the pusher for this restart. And I think with Franz Bretschneider in the 8 running in 4th and Charles-Etienne Boucher running in 15th, I think that's the farthest away from each other those two have been all night.
If you were drafted behind Chris Buescher, would that make you the Chris Buescher pusher? So Van Maastricht going to bring us back to the green flag here out of turn number 4 as the iRacing.com pace car dressed up as a Ford Mustang tonight brings us down here, makes that hard left turn as Frank gathers himself. We hit the Geico restart zone. We're back green flag racing. Everybody getting another check up there on the high line. Kind of slows things up as we get what usually is a beautiful serpentine. Thank you, connection issues. As we work lap 108 on our way to 130 for the conclusion of stage 2. And oh, here it goes. We stay green flag as everybody was still pointed forward.
Big break in the pack as some drivers now collecting themselves, getting back into line.
Was it Chris Buescher?
No, it was not. Mark Morton being pushed by Chris Smith. I hate you so much. Now Morton will go down to the bottom line. So that will leave Chris Smith being pushed by Chris Otto. And now Chris Smith will go to the bottom line. Now he's looking to play 2 halves against the middle. He chooses the bottom.
Using lessons from Trevor Bayne back in 2012, he gets the 21 back to the front of the pack here. Up 31 positions after starting in 32nd. Chris Smith getting a push from Mark Morton. Morton has been a great help to so many drivers all evening long. You have to figure that he's just trying to hang out and wait to slingshot himself around at the perfect moment when it counts. So, it doesn't count much, but all of a sudden Morton stepping out of line to see if he can try this on his own. And he may not have enough to hold that for very long. This is almost like practice for Mark Morton as he slides back in front of Chris Smith to hold off the pack.
Morton might have been trying to learn for later in the race there. Around goes Van Maastricht. Into the wall goes the 47 of Bob Wyckoff. They're both straight, so we're staying green. Now we might see a caution come out. Oh, watch out! Oh, big
there it
hit,
is.
96.
Let the pandemonium ensue.
Huge hit for Paul Buchanan in the 96 as Chris Van Maastricht started to fall down the track. Buchanan came in with a full head of steam and broadsided him.
The 20 laps to go here in stage number 2 at Daytona, and everything just keeps shuffling like a deck of cards.
Angel Hernandez also getting a piece of that as well, as we are under caution for the 15th time tonight, and we are now inside of 20 laps to go from the stage 2 break.
It's going to bring Buchanan down pit road. He'll join Rosa Laszlo Michael Gervey and Chris Van Maastricht down on pit road, as they're all going to have to get some repairs done. As we talked about it earlier, fast repairs have all but been evaporated.
Yeah, a lot of drivers will be either on their last or out of fast repairs by this stage. Retirements will start to pile up now. Zachary Taylor done after 39 laps. Cowie Gomez done after 50. Drew Holman done after 77. Arilton pulled off after 84. He was the stage 1 winner. Alan Bergen done after 89. James Bowles done after 97. Jared McCauley got past the midway point and was done from there. So as we work on through here, working lap 112 of 200. Drivers who have been on pit road for a little bit of time here. Rosa Laszlo in the 6 has been on pit road for 11 minutes. Michael Gervey has been on pit road for 10. Van Maastricht and Buchanan have both been on pit road ever since the incident. Right now we have 25 cars on track right now. Everyone else is in pit road. Pardon me, make it 26 as Shane Griffin also on the racing surface. Everyone else is in pit road trying to repair damage.
We have gotten to that point of the evening. It's almost like the witching hour, if you will, where it could be good for our signal strength here, but at the same time bad for so many of these drivers who, you're in the opening week of the race. You want to be able to finish that race strong, and this is what the race devolves into for you. And it's, 99.999% of the time, it's not intentional. It's one flick of the wrist in the wrong direction, and bad things happen. It's too early in the season for people to be out there looking for one another. So, a lot of this we just have to kind of scratch up to. Racing is racing.
Absolutely. And
it's
again,
just
I know
being Manny.
Yeah. The off season is only a couple of weeks, but with so many new drivers in the series, also that kind of eliminates that as well. Speaking of which, let's just go through. I know we've gone through a couple of times. We've had a lot of new people join the stream, people in and out of the stream. Maybe you missed it. Schedule-wise, coming up here for the rest of the year, or at least for the rest of the month, Rockingham next Saturday. The Nashville Fairgrounds coming up after that, and then we're back to Super Speedway racing on January 27th. It will be the iRacing Super Speedway to round out the first month of racing. February will hold 4 races as well. The Charlotte Roval Auto Club Speedway, which saw a great race at the end of last year. Homestead Miami Speedway and Atlanta will round out the month of February. And then 4 races again. In March, it'll be Vegas, Phoenix, Bristol, and then the left-turning oval at Monza, which will bring us right into the Easter break. Then it'll be Richmond, Motegi, Talladega, and Dover in April. First 2 races of May will be Kansas and Darlington before the playoffs begin. North Wilkesboro will be the round of 16. The Coke 600 and Sonoma will be the round of 12. Iowa and New Hampshire the round of 8, with Nashville Superspeedway this season playing host to the championship round of the season that will end on June 29th as we get set to go racing once again. Dave.
We do with the 31 Mark Gordon getting himself underway. A nice little bump there, gentle from Christian Delgado. As Delgado Delgado just giving him a little love shove down here into turn 1. He's going to bring along Franz Bretschneider. We haven't seen up here in a little bit since he lost his teammate, but don't worry, Boucher is still in the hunt as he's clawing his way back up from 9th position. So at this point, it's almost like Bretschneider just trying to hold on and wait for his teammate to come back. Alex Wegert taking the high line here and bringing along Cody McCorkle once again to see if they can work their magic and get something moving on the high side. Now 5 cars all of a sudden join them, and that's going to leave the 3 car on his own at the rear of this pack.
I've made a big swing back down to the bottom. The 24 teammate pushing him along. These two have just under a second to Brian Treadwell, who leads the second pack. Now, there is one good thing. As the faster pairs start to dwindle, is that these racers will start to calm down a little bit. The packs will start to fill out. And that's exactly what is happening here. So we have 12 cars in the lead pack. Brian Treadwell about a half a second off in the second pack, and then 2 seconds off in the third pack. Starting in 20th is Rick Doss, and the third line is single file, albeit losing quite a bit of time as these racers work their way up.
I'm starting to watch this high line here that's led right now by Chris Smith, as it's going to be Smith, Weimer, and Wegert. All alone, those 3 drivers, but it was a pretty violent swing that Weimer took to get up there. So obviously, they're trying to put something together moving forward here as we get deeper into this race. 15 laps to go here in stage number 2. You're watching the iSNF Cup Series debut week right here at Daytona International Speedway on Sim Racing Media. Frank Marchese and Dave Reed here in the Tony Trapassi Memorial broadcast booth, as Mark Morton, your race leader, leads Christian Delgado and Franz Bretschneider. Working these laps slowly but surely, you have to start to wonder, is something going to happen with the second grouping? We've been talking about the top 12 all night long, but check out Rick Doss leading Larry Fairman and Thomas Piers. They think they know something. Do we trust them?
Yeah, they are laying back quite significantly, 3.2 seconds now off of that front pair. Now, we had mentioned that they were group number 3. They are no longer group number 3. They are group number 2, as the second group has melded into the first group. Rhea Ferris and Casey Tomlinson both just off of the first group, and I think just now they have lost the draft. As Tomlinson looks to the inside of Rhea Ferris, that would be for the 18th position. But right now, up at the front, it remains status quo. Mark Morton, Christian Delgado, Franz Bretschneider on the bottom. Then you will see the side-by-side racing between Chris Otto and Chris Smith, as now those two are going to form a third lane. A lot of wiggling and moving around down the back straightaway, and Tristan Bailey in the 19th is one of the biggest wigglers. He's now gone to the bottom.
And watching that high line led right now by Chris Smith, it almost seems like he's just trying to recruit more and more people. It's like a campaign at this point, as all of a sudden Charles Etienne Boucher understands that he is going to have to use them to get back up to his teammates. So let's not fool ourselves, folks. He's not up there trying to lead this race. He's trying to get up there to his teammate. And I think if we see him get him with about 2 car lengths, here comes one more, 2 car lengths of
contact.
Oh, there they go.
2. Jeff Weimer around as contact was made between the 4 and the 67. Both cars go off the track fast enough. We will stay green. Weimer gets back down onto the apron. So whatever possible stage points the 2, the 67, and the 4 may have gotten have just gone out the window. Well, the 4 still stays with it, but the 67 and the 2 certainly will not get those stage points now.
Take a look here at the roof cam here on Jeff Weimer's discount tire Ford. He kept it moving forward, but that's not the way to get around this track. I know they say the lower to that yellow line you are, the better, but not when you cross the yellow line.
Yeah, no, those little bit of bumping and beating around. You mentioned those cars moving around a lot on the back straightaway, and there's unfortunately more moving around as it's Boucher looking in the middle, now falls behind the 4. As we were watching, you were talking about the 3 trying to move up to get to his teammate. I wouldn't be surprised if that was Steven Sear going, okay, I'm not going to let you get up to the 8. I'm going to jump in front of you. And if the 8 wants to go up to the top, I'm going to be the one pushing him, not you.
Well, at this point, Steven Sear has watched that move, a dozen times tonight so far?
He's out.
They know the play. They know the play. That's where we're at. And a lot of times that's what makes the second half and the deeper that we get into these races, all the more better. Because now those drivers know the ins and outs of what one another is doing on the racetrack. 10 laps to go here in stage 2, and the race still hasn't really started.
9 laps to go until the end of stage number 2. Right now, Isaac Wilson leading the way on the outside line. That was Michael Gervey in the number 20 who they just passed down on the apron. It's right now Mark Morton will look to take the second green and white checkered flag of the season as the 8 gets poked out of that outside lane. Chris Otto lets him through, and now that sends Brian Treadwell to the outside all alone.
How hard is it not to say Mark Martin every time we say Mark Morton?
Yeah, I mean that's why I said during the grid that's going to be tough with us being NASCAR fans.
I thought that maybe I could pull it off, but it just keeps doing it. As we take a look back here at Boucher, Boucher now looking for another partner here to try to get himself up. All of a sudden, we look back just behind him, and we see what looks to be the 78, piloted by Brian Treadwell. Now, Treadwell is going to bring along Andrew Miller, and once again, Alex Wegert. So they've gotten themselves this cute little 4-piece up here and some scrimp. And now we're going to see if we can get him up here, maybe parked right behind the... Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Here he comes. Oh, too much.
Yep,
Oh,
8 overshot it. 8 overshot it. He's going to fall in behind the 3 of Boucher, but that could have been big as Brett Schneider went up to take the run from the 3, overshot it, put himself in the wall, backed up the entirety of the outside line. As Morton now has more room to breathe on that high line, but here come the 2 RCR cars on the top. They're about 4 cars back, but still they are going to be quick.
That shows the skill of those RCR drivers. I mean, look, he drifts up, he kind of, Franz gets himself up there, he kind of gets himself out of line, but manages to keep it together. How many other places will you see, especially in the iRacing public service, oh my, that would have turned into a nuclear war?
2 more retirements here just prior to the end of the stage. Paul Buchanan in car number 96. He is done for the night. Also add Eduardo Carapado to that list in the number 99. He is now done. Rosa Laszlo, by the way, still on pit road in that number 6. He's been there for 23 minutes now. He is going to be points racing. There's a big bit of contact there between the 8 and the 21. Caution is coming out, or you would think it's coming out.
It stays green.
Like with them being far enough off the racing line, they are going to stay green. As the 21 really slowed down on the bottom, almost got hit by the second group.
Very unhappy is Franz Brett Schneider. Oh, here we go again.
Caution,
Oh,
Now the car comes out.
5 to go, and I believe this will be the stage.
Might get 1 lap or 2. And Brett Schneider, boy, I'm not sure what. I understand that Brett Schneider was annoyed by what happened, but that was a lot right there. He was in the middle of the racetrack going into turn 3 at 126 miles an hour when the pack caught him going 190 and then moves from the middle to the bottom.
Oof. Oh, dear.
That's not a good look
That
from Franz Brett Schneider there.
I would not want to be in race control this evening after an entire day of racing to have to do that review. I'll be good. Just leave me be. That would be
Rick Doss.
oof.
When Rick Doss caught the 8 was doing 126. Doss was at 189. And
Hard to
took
tell
out
if
the entirety of the second pack.
hard to tell if this is going to be. It's interesting to take out that whole second pack, but it's hard to tell if this is going to be the stage because the pace car just got back here to the front of the pack on 127.
We have seen one lap runs for a stage break. I think the answer will be here now with pit road open that the leader has caught the pace car. If everyone comes down pit road here, we would say the stage is over. And I think I would say, yeah, the stage is over. That would be my guess. So we're going to say that Mark Morton has won stage number 2.
That's going to move
Now
Boucher up.
Yeah, Boucher and Weggert will take first and second, and with that, we will take another break. 127 laps down here at Daytona, just over 70 to go. Green flag when we return. About to go back to green flag racing here at the Daytona International Speedway. Stage number 2 is in the books. That was won by Mark Morton. Charles-Etienne Boucher will start from the race lead after not coming into pit here during the stage break. Green flag is back in the air. We are racing again here at Daytona.
Boucher getting the good jump here over the 42 of McCorkle. They've been working together almost like teammates all night long. Of course, right now, the three's teammate, you have to forgive me as I was trying to clear my sinuses, the three's teammate down on pit road. Oh, nope, he's back up to speed. Has some distance to make up here.
Mark Morton on that outside line being pushed by Cody McCorkle. Christian Delgado there as well. And yeah, we tried to make the switch here during the break, and unfortunately it is it's not working. It's working worse here. All right, Dave, if you wouldn't mind. We'll just pause here for a moment.
We will do this. Well, folks, it never seems to surprise us when at the last possible second we think something's good. We got it. No, we don't got it.
Yeah, it's tried to do the switch here during the break, and
The yellow flag is out.
make it work as the caution now comes out. Looks like maybe Tristan Bailey may have been a part of this one here. There, yep, there he is through the grass. See what happened here with Bailey was with Casey Tomlinson and got a bump to the right rear, bringing out the caution. Alex Weggert by the way, has dropped from the race, so there is another retirement. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to mute out here because we're still trying to find a solution to this. So we're going to take another break here, and we'll be right back, and hopefully this will work.
Green, green, green.
This evening as we try to work this out, as green flag is back in the air, as Boucher currently leading out in front here on the bottom line, with Chris Otto sitting behind him. As another incident as the 24 gets sent to the infield. Now the 5 goes down backwards in the infield. 24 and 5 come together just beyond the bus stop chicane. And again, because we are off of the racing line, we stay green. Working lap 136 here. Do what you do. As Morton out in front. The graphics are a couple of laps behind from what we can see. The racing does appear
Yellow flag.
to be up to pace as the caution now has come out for an incident in the back of the field. And this one appears to be Brian Chu off of turn number 4. There is 17-9. Another car involved in there. It looked like the 19. So we'll see what happened here. It looks like this incident started in turn 3. So 19 and the 23 get a very good run on Larry Fairman. 19 went to try to go to the middle between the 17 and the 60 and just didn't get down far enough, ends up clipping the 17. By that time, that line had moved back to where Brian Chu was the car on the bottom line. And all 3 of those cars ended up going into the turn 4 wall. So we right now are working on lap 137. Of 200. Right now, it is Mark Morton leading this race as Charles Boucher, Nathan Christensen, Matt Mettler, Tristan Bailey, Angel Hernandez, Isaac Wilson, Steven Sear, and a host of others all enter pit road. May have mentioned before, Rosa Laszlo done, Eduardo Carapado, there it is, done for the race. Alex Wegert done as well. Adrian Arenas just dropped, but he is back, had a throughput, so he is back in the race now. As Dave, it has been one heck of a day so far, and we're not talking about the racing here. The racing has been what it is. It's a super speedway with 43 cars to start. Season opener, a lot of new drivers in the series, so guys trying to figure out what each other are going to race like. But it's, from our end, it's we have felt every single one of these 138 laps with how many technical issues we have run into here this evening.
Without a doubt. And I mean, here we are working lap 138, and it has taken us this long to try to get all of these technical issues worked out. Of course, we do want to apologize for, kind of taking away from the immersion that is iRacing, by being able to see our menu and things like that. Won't happen too much more often, as, again, sure, we mentioned that it's a super speedway, so on and so forth, but unfortunately, just to peel back the curtain, I'm in the middle of a snowstorm here on the East Coast. Frank is 3,000 miles away from the server, so we're bound to have hiccups on a weird day like this.
Yeah, and again, the only time we have these issues are with massive fields at Daytona and Talladega, which are the last two times we've had these issues. Now, ever since Talladega, we were fine last year. Before Talladega, we were fine last year. And now here at Daytona, not fine, and we're anticipating that we will be fine come Rockingham next week when the series returns back to its normal start time of 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The only other race that will start here at this earlier time will be the Coke 600. That will be the first race in the round of 12 on June 1st. Every other race for the remainder of the year, up until then and after, will be at its normal 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time start time. As we get set to go once again with Mark Morton and Christian Delgado, two Kaulig racing cars up at the front.
Well, and it's a long season, Frank. We'll get all of those little things worked out, but it looks like for right now, and I don't want to jinx it too soon, but we may finally have what we've been after all night long. A little bit of normalcy, if you will. Is Mark Morton going to bring us into turn number 4? I just realized that I have no use for a stream deck because I changed overlays.
There you go.
And never mind, just kidding. All of a sudden, everybody wants to flash again.
Yeah, again, this is
Green.
a rarity here with us here as we get set to go. 31 and 16. 31 thought about it and then moved down, but moved back down. You would assume he was trying to avoid running afoul of the crossing switching lanes before the start line rule. However, we saw the 8 do
wow,
that
watch the 19. We're 3 wide.
In the middle of the field. Yeah, that was
I hate
Tristan
to interrupt you,
Daly in the back.
I almost want to go back
Yellow
here
flag.
as we do go under caution.
Caution is out now. It's for something a little bit further in the field, it would appear.
Well, the 19 did not just drive over top of one person. The 19 drove over top of half the field. We're going to take a look at it right here, folks. As we look for the 19, where's he hiding? Besides probably off the track by now.
One of the two Bass Pro Shops cars.
So we're going to take a look right here. Watch Matt Metler on the low side.
It's the number 60, the black and teal car there.
And all of a sudden, the 19 just decides that he thinks he's going to take this run and do something at Daytona that nobody in real life or the sim life could possibly have done.
To be fair, he did have the run. The 60 looked like the 60 moved up.
I think you mispronounced
off of the bottom.
runs. You mispronounced runs. He had the runs. Because that was a crap move.
No,
See what I did there?
yeah, I see that. Like I said, it looked like he had the space. And if you can see the replay one more time, possibly. I know we've had enough issues for me to be calling out for extra replays.
Yeah, let's get some replays going while we're at it. Great, Frank.
This is after, I believe this is after.
This is after, yeah.
Yeah. So here, watch. That blimp cam was perfect that you had on the last replay. The 19, you'll see him. He's behind the Wendy's car. No, you're good. There we go. So here he comes. 42 is going to come down. 7's in the wall. Missed that. Watch the 19 get this run here. 60 is on the bottom, and oh well.
He shoved Matt down.
That looked like Matt was starting to come up, but the Bailey then did start to. He moved down a little bit more than I thought he did.
One more look, and we're going to do this from. We're going to look at this from
the splitter of the 19.
I don't want to see it from the splitter. We're going to take a look right at it from the cockpit.
So Tristan Bailey.
He hits fifth gear and just takes off.
Yeah, he did. So that is caution number 19 of the night.
Now that moves Bailey into 9th place. Do you think he's got a target on his back or anything? No.
I don't know.
Race car drivers are friendly anyway. Nobody ever gets hurt feelings in racing.
Some of the most calm and rational people I have ever been or been around. Race car drivers, especially in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, it's usually just a bunch of people walking around, sitting around having Bible study and talking about calming techniques.
As you do. So that is caution number 19 as we are just shy of the 3/4 mark here in this race. Working lap 143 of 200. Mark Morton, Christian Delgado will be the front row here for this restart once again. And it has all the looks of we will be setting a new caution and race time record here tonight. Again, the previous records held by the season 5 Daytona 500 at 3 hours 38 minutes and 21 cautions. And we are a good half hour, 40 minutes off of the record, the time record. We might not set a time record, but with 2 cautions to go until we tie caution record here, might meet that.
I feel like the only time record I would ever set in my life is for slow. I'm not beaten like Michael Johnson in the gold shoes.
Well,
I mean, I can think of some things that happen too fast. Maybe I can beat the record in. Conversion of Taco Bell. So we sit here, the iRacing.com pace car bringing us into 3 and 4 again. You'll have to ignore, in fact, I want to see if I can get that off of there. Prairie caution. Can't get the caution.
I don't think, that's not gonna happen again. We are under caution number 19 of the night. And the reason why that reset is we had a system reset while the screen was black under that caution. As green flag is getting set to come back out here at Daytona. 31 gets out in front. And once again falls in front of teammate Christian Delgado. Cars bailing now from that outside lane, trying to get down to the bottom.
Yeah, right now it appears Andrew Miller going to lead that top line here with his teammate Thomas Pierce just behind him, the 84. Looks like Mandan, North Dakota's very own in his second Cup start going to try to lead a lap here if he can get pushed up high enough. Meanwhile, Mark Norton atop the pile. He's being helped by Christian Delgado out of Abilene, Kansas. I thought Abilene was in Texas. I'm not going to
than one. Just the same way that there's two Hollywoods.
It's fair. There's also a Redding in California.
Yes, there is.
Posers. Chris Otto is not a poser, I can tell you that much. As Green Bay, there's only one Green Bay, Wisconsin, as he is up there in the frozen tundra, deciding to fly on down here to Daytona and get a piece of this action, running in third position right now. 4 Cup starts for the season, a top 10 pair of DNFs last year. So it's either checkers or wreckers, it seems.
A little bit of a connection blink there for Chris Otto during that trip down the back straightaway. Otto was the driver of the 48 last season. Spence moved over to the 71. There was a reason why you're seeing so many different names and so many different cars is because over the offseason there was a car shuffle where drivers got to pick which car they wanted to be in. Some drivers elected to stay in the same cars. Others, as you see, clearly decided to move and pick new cars and new teams. So that's what we're seeing here is around in the line in the 7.
Just when you thought it was safe. See what happened with Brian Chu here.
Seen a couple of times here tonight where drivers have decided to bump draft on the left rear corner panel. Brian Chu decided, Brian Chu thought, well, the left didn't work, let's try the right, and found out that that didn't work either.
Maybe I'll get a chance to see Brian when I go down to Florida in March.
That's before you come to San Diego in April, right?
I can't wait. Buddy, I cannot wait. Do you know how much baseball is in a 2-month period?
That is quite a bit.
And it's usually the period of the season where I don't care if they win or lose because I know that there's 162 games. I don't get mad until like August. Or if we come out staggering from the All-Star break, bad things are going to happen.
Or if you're a Met fan like me, you tend to not worry about anything until August, and by that time you're most likely out of it. So, you know.
It's because by August you've traded away your entire roster to people who are making it to September and October.
Hey.
Too soon?
Worked out for us. You'll see in the next couple of years how that works out for us. As we are under caution number 20 of the night, and we should be going back to green right at the 3/4 mark.
It's been an interesting one, Frank.
Certainly has.
As I nearly cough out a lung.
Right now, there are 16 cars, at least, that I could tell, on the lead lap. And I would have to assume at some point, everyone in this race has had some sort of trouble, and now we are seeing drivers really start to fall multiple laps down, start to really fall out of the race as the fast repairs have all but run dry for a lot of these drivers.
Well, and that's what a lot of these drivers are almost always counting on. I can drive like a lunatic here or there and still wind up, doing okay. But, you look at some of the dirt and the nastiness. Hey, easy there, Christian, as apparently he wanted to sniff some exhaust. But, you know, you look at some of these cars and you think, oh, they're pretty clean. Yeah, but they've already had their fast repair because somebody else wanted to drive like a lunatic.
If you want to tell who has used a fast repair and when, just look at how dirty the car is. You can see that 31 up front. Nose that was a beautiful white is now pretty much black with rubber marks. Same thing with the 71, same thing with the 2. If you look back a little bit further through the field, find someone who's been involved in a couple of incidents tonight, they look pretty clean. That is a fast repair. So we are getting set to go green with 51 laps to go here at Daytona.
Let's take a look at Curtis Kelly here, something bad. He tried to be like Grace Kelly, but all of her looks were too sad as he just nosed himself into the wall. Maybe he should have tried a little Freddie.
No, we're not going to say it. Again, Curtis Kelly, a fill-in driver here tonight. Peter Terrio will be the everyday driver of that number 67 car this year.
He's gone identity mad.
There it is. So we will get used to certainly a lot of the new faces in new places over the course of this season. A lot of drivers on pit road trying to repair damage. A lot of drivers going to be slow because of the damage that they have sustained. So we are filling out here as we got 20 cars left on the lead lap. Chris Van Maastricht is the first car not on the lead lap, and he's the only car one lap down. So he will get the free pass with the next caution. And for all that time waiting on pit road, which was about a half hour for Rosa Laszlo, he is back on the track in that number 6 as the green flag comes back out. We are racing here again at Daytona, 3/4 distance gone.
Keeping an eye right now on the 43 of Andrew Miller. Got himself a good start. He's waiting for his teammate to catch up behind him. That's Thomas Piers, and here comes Piers. As we watch, of course, the 19 and the 22 just behind him doing the same thing. Everybody having that little bit of an accordion effect, and now they're starting to close that accordion a little bit tighter here as we get into the upper range. Mark Morton leads the way here at Daytona International Speedway. Chris Otto running in third. Andrew Miller being timed in fourth. And then it turns into a salad bowl night. You have to understand, folks.
Go ahead.
You have to understand, folks, that as you're watching those positions being changed on the left side of your screen, a lot of times those cars are only changing by inches, millimeters, if you will, for those of us that like the metric system. But I mean, you can see right now, all of a sudden, the 21 of Chris Smith getting one heck of a push here. We're going to go to the blimp camera and watch this run on the top side. The question that we always ask ourselves is, once he gets himself, once he gets
78.
himself pushed up to the lead, is he going to drop into line without his drafting partner, or is he going to bring his partner along as the 19 of Tristan Bailey steps out of line to fill the gap between the 78 of Brian Treadwell and Jeff Weimer. Whoa.
Perfect camera shot that you just had there of that accordion push. Treadwell pushing the 19 into the 2, into the 21, leading that outside lane. There's the 23 of Joshua Grosso at the back of that outside line. As it appears as though, we saw how dominant the 8 and the 3 were earlier on in this race. Then we saw how dominant that the Penske cars were for a little bit. The 7 and the 17 and the 6, pardon me. Now we're seeing once again Colleague Racing just completely dominating this race with the 31 and the 16. Again, this is the team piloted by Jackson Carr that won the final 3 races of last season.
I'll tell you what, I'm loving watching this from the blimp right now as we see the top line trying to fill itself in. We see the 23 of Joshua Grosso trying to get himself caught up to Brian Treadwell. I think if we see those 5 cars link themselves up and get just a little bit tighter, keeping their position, we're going to see that turn into the freight train from hell as they get ready to overtake the leaders. Here comes the run out of 2 and down the backstretch. This is where they make up a ton of time, Frank.
Just getting past the 22 of Dominic Sawicki is a little bit wild at the front. As the 31 and the 16 go below the yellow line, the 71 of Chris Otto allowing them to get back up. Mentioned Dominic Sawicki, remember his debut last season? Finished 2nd in his debut race, finished 3rd in his 2nd race. So it was a very good start. He was in the number 14 at that time. Now Sawicki running in the 22.
Some of these camera angles that I've been angling for all evening. See what I did there? Angling for, if you will.
There it is.
But, I mean, what a race we've finally been getting to see here. Now that we've managed to overcome some of our issues. But Chris Smith, I'll tell you what, I don't care who you are. Every time you come to Daytona, every time you go to a super speedway, you're watching that 21. It's a classic look. It hasn't changed in 60 years. And quite frankly, there's always something under the hood from Leonard Wood. Going to take a look here at Jeff Weimer, if we can. Weimer giving the shove here to the 21. I wouldn't say that's the brotherly shove, but he definitely needs to square that thing up.
It's not quite, boy, oh boy. It's quite a nice push that he's giving. Not quite teammates between Penske and the Wood brothers, even though they have worked together in recent years. And right now, unfortunately, they might have to change something up in that outside line because they are not able to get too far ahead before they start to fall back and start losing that ground that they had.
You know, I just looked at this lower third for Joshua Grosso. Joshua Grosso looks a lot like Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, you think, huh?
Yeah, pretty close. They could almost
looked
be twins.
Looked a lot like Ty Gibbs last year as well. Of course, winning the championship in Season 6 with a 2nd place finish at Kentucky last year.
Contact between the 3 and the 78. He sends the 78 up the track.
Brian Treadwell of the 78. It's not the first time he's gotten into the wall here on this run.
Of course. Not far enough back.
And that outside line, as you work through the replay there, that outside line is completely dissolved. Falling back in line at the very tail end of the line is Jeff Weimer. Top 14 cars are all running up here in this top group. As Rosa Laszlo and the 20, I was about to say of Charles Robertson, the 20 of Michael Gervey getting lapped. Gervey going down 10 laps now. As I believe Rhea Ferris also will be going a 14th lap down in the number 12 as she rides along the outside. Rosa Laszlo now 29 laps down as we have just 33 cars remaining in the race.
You know, and the hardest thing to do right now if you're Rhea Ferris or Michael Gervey is staying out of the way, not letting, that huge air bubble from the draft drag you in with them or against them or screw them up in any way.
Looked like the 78 of Treadwell looking back to the outside. 24 of Isaac Wilson just below. 78 might be trying to get to the back of this line here. It's again a 14-car draft up here at the front as we inch towards 40 laps to go.
Doesn't look like the 78 wants to go to the back anymore, as he wants, whoa, parallel parking at 200 miles an hour is not advised, sir.
Well, we make it work. Like I said, there's no such thing as a stupid idea if it works.
I feel like the word no falls into into play here. And no, according to my regional manager at work, is next opportunity. It's an acronym.
The 11 and the 17 getting lapped here just a moment ago. So that will drop them down another lap. Once again, if the next caution comes out, Chris Van Maastricht will be the free pass car. Only driver one lap down, so he is guaranteed that. And then for the next 3 after that, if we need them, then it will be Mr. Arenas coming back again after missing last season, had a newborn. Put the newborn ahead of iSNF, as I don't think anyone will blame him for doing. Back again this season for season 7 after sitting out all of season 6.
No, but maybe next time, just a little fatherly advice. Next time, get a puppy. I love my children to death, but, puppy.
And
I'll tell
now
you what, this serpentine, this look that we just had coming down the front stretch, I wish I would have caught it a little bit better. That serpentine is that is quintessential Daytona. One large train of cars. Really, it's biggie size, if you will, if you're driving the 42 of Cody McCorkle.
Mentioned a moment ago that we had 33 cars running in this race. We no longer have 33 cars running in this race. We're down now to 32 as Curtis Kelly has parked the number 67 for the evening. So 32 cars still set running around this field as we see Brian Chu, and there is Chris Van Maastricht behind him. So we are broaching on what has been one of, if not the longest runs of the race thus far.
Well, there's the jinx of the evening.
I've said caution, I've said almost everything in the book, and they have kept it green. So that is not a jinx, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm just calling it here. As we travel down the back of Lake Mead. That's the wrong state.
It would be Lake Lloyd, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I went Mead. They're not even related. Here we are. There's that serpentine. Look at these guys just coming down. That is Daytona. And I'll tell you what, I keep going back here to Brian Treadwell. And I mean, here's a guy who he's got some speed in that car. I mean, even the 23 a moment ago was just calling for him not to push him. He knows he's got it.
Just unfortunately, he has not had anything that he could do with it. Does have the benefit of having 2 lap cars behind him who clearly have shown that they have the pace to stick with the lead pack, but now Treadwell does have a little bit of a buffer as far as falling off the back of the line as Tristan Bailey in the 19. I'm seeing here, this is not something I normally have the ability to do. But to see what the driver chat is, when I see Tristan Bailey spamming in the driver chat, wheel fell off, please send me talent, lost force feedback, he's in a rhythm right now.
Rhythm could be good. Rhythm could be good.
be Matt Mettler falling off the back of the line. In a winning position right now. He may not be in the front pack, but a winning position is anywhere on the lead lap at this point. As take a look here, we are inching closer and closer to what could be, dare I say, green flag pit stops. Last time that anyone in this front group came down pit road was lap 127. Now we have had a good amount of caution laps in between, but 40 laps on this tank of fuel here, it's not going to be too long before we start bracing for green flag stops.
The question always comes down to the following, and you know what's coming. Who's going to blink?
Absolutely.
We sit there and we're watching Morton, Delgado, Otto, and Miller, and wow, try not to say Delgado and Otto too fast, but you will trip over that one hard. But here's the thing: does Delgado pull out early? Does Miller try to pull out early, or does everybody wait for Mark Morton to blink? And right now, if you're Mark Morton, you're a fuel pig. You're burning through fuel like crazy. He's laying on the throttle to stay ahead of Delgado, who's back there probably about 80%. In fact, let's just take a look at Delgado's dashboard right here. He's running about 190, 191, 192, but not really killing it. And he's probably not even at full throttle.
Meanwhile, Mark Morton setting the pace, and the 16 and the 31 have not been bump drafting at all. So the 16 certainly pushing, as now the 3 looks under the 22. 22 gets back in line. Right now, currently, the top 5, all the drivers in the top 5 last came into pit on lap 127. Dominic Sawicki, 132. Treadwell, Treadwell, 127. Boucher, 137. McCorkle, 127. Bailey, 137. Wilson, Smith, 127. Isaac Wilson in the 24, 141. Grosso, 125. Jeff Weimer, who's at the back end of this group, 127. So a lot of drivers from this front group are going to be able to pit, and if I were one of the drivers that pit back in 132, 137, I would not be waiting. I would be coming in with these guys, as look at the run that the 78 of Brian Treadwell has got.
Told you he had it.
With the 17 pushing.
You think I make this stuff up?
Every now and again.
This time I had it right.
There was a moment, by the way, in the middle of the pack, I'm assuming between the 3 and the 22, which has broken this pack up into 2. Now the second pack being headed up by the 3 of Charles Etienne Boucher now sits 2 seconds back and falling from the lead pack. And that momentum that Brian Treadwell had has gotten him to the back of the front pack again.
Well, the thing is, Treadwell still has the 17 of Larry Fairman just behind him. The interesting thing that we're going to watch now is the 3 car was about to be used as a fuel pig, and now it looks like they've shuffled Chris Smith. So obviously some driver communication going on here, as that's going to put the 3 now to the rear of this pack that he was just leading. So again, we're going to pull up right here. You can see, if you look close enough, you can see the throttle position of the driver. And we have selected here. Of course, right now it happens to be Isaac Wilson. He is not at full throttle in the 24, and you can see where he's still right up. There he goes, a good bump, gets off the throttle. Another one, here it comes, off the throttle of the 21. Now we're going to go over here to the 21, who is just laid out flat.
Another note for that 3, by the way, he does have front end damage, so he was probably costing that second group some time, being the lead as these guys try to shuffle through what order they need to be in to try to catch up. As here comes leaders, Mark Morton, Christian Delgado, Chris Otto, Dominic Sawicki, all coming in. The green flag pit cycle has begun.
Folks, this is what you've been waiting for, the money stop, right here on iSNF Cup Series action. You're riding along with Dave Regal and Frank Marchese in the Tony Trapasso Memorial Broadcast booth. Dominic Sawicki coming down pit road. They're going to lift the right side of this car up. Maybe not. So it looks like the 71 gets 4 tires. Sawicki gets 4 tires. He's away. That leaves Andrew Miller, your race leader right now, followed by, of course, teammate Thomas Pierce. Now, Pierce has kind of played second fiddle all night long to Miller, as now the fast car, the 78 of Brian Treadwell, going to come down pit road, Frank.
By himself, which that's a big one for Brian Treadwell to be coming down pit road by himself here. As now the top 3, everybody else in the pits, Boucher is in, Weimer in, Bailey in, Wilson, Smith, Grosso, all in from that second pack. Only 3 cars that have not come into pit: Miller, Pierce, and McCorkle, 1, 2, and 3. Cody McCorkle, 4.5 seconds adrift of the top pair. See what Andrew Miller decides to do here. He will stay out. Now keep in mind, for these drivers staying out with 26 laps to go here, remember they were behind the 31 the entirety of this run. No one else led the race other than Mark Morton, who has come back down pit road. Morton in trouble here at Daytona.
Morton may have had to serve a penalty. Not sure what's coming up here, waiting to hear a call. As that's going to lead.
I haven't seen a penalty. 16 seconds in the box, so maybe he didn't get it full of fuel, possibly. Last time around, Treadwell's coming back in as well.
Here. Let's see if it does stop and go here. He slides in. Whoa, boy. He is packing that thing with fuel.
To go green the entire, if this race were to go green the entire way, if you fill the tank up, you will have more than enough fuel to make it, including green light checkers. The normal fuel stint here is around 35 to 40 laps. And for those of you wondering, the iRacing penalties, at least, the iRacing penalties are, as the 2 leaders come in, Andrew Miller and Thomas Pierce, as well as Cody McCorkle all coming in as well, so the 3 legacy cars coming in.
Treadwell coming off of pit road after 44 seconds on pit road. That's interesting.
Now, a pit road speeding penalty on adds 40 seconds to the pit time. Speeding off usually is just a drive-through. So unless, same thing with an unsafe pit exit. So I'm not quite sure why, and look at what this legacy team has done. Cody McCorkle was 4 seconds back. He clawed up 2.5 seconds, as I'm sure the 43 and the 84 let off. And now he's right in the middle of the 2 as the 3 legacy cars look to go forward, and they're going to come out just behind the 19.
Casey Tomlinson in the number 7 Celsius Chevrolet, now your race leader, but just behind, of course, he hasn't been down since 147. So he may be banking on being able to save enough fuel due to a caution, maybe 2 cautions, yet before the end of this piece. Isaac Wilson running P2. The thing is, Tomlinson, if he's counting on a caution, he's going to have to tuck behind somebody and save some fuel.
Well, Tomlinson is not leading that group. He's towards the back of it. However, that 147 that Tomlinson last came into pit on, that was the last time these drivers had a chance to pit under caution. So he has run nothing but green flag laps in that number 7. The effective race leader is 5.5 seconds behind and closing rapidly. Isaac Wilson and Charles-Etienne Boucher currently sit second and third. They have 5 seconds back to Christian Delgado, who leads the second group.
We can see Boucher right now. He does not have his, we'll just say, security blanket in his teammate Franz Brett Schneider. But, whoa, there they go.
The yellow flag is out.
Oh, Weimer, now the caution's going to come out. Trying to cycle through. The 31 was also involved. They were 4 wide for a moment. And for the first time in about 40 laps, we are under caution, thus completing the longest run of the day and tying a race record for cautions at 21.
Trying to run this back here and see where we can find what happened here with the 84. There's the 43. Let's see if we can switch over to the 43 here.
See, the 31 is slow off the pace. He's trying to file away into this group here.
We're going to take this in slow motion for the time being. We're going to watch the 43 step out of line. He's right now between his teammate and the 84 is who steps out of line first.
Unfortunately, he stepped out and the 43 filled the hole right as they were catching the 31.
Oof. That's rough. Well, under caution we go. Casey Tomlinson in the 7 going to get a chance to come down here on a pit road. He signals that he will do so. That's going to shuffle Isaac Wilson to the lead and allow basically all of these lap cars to get at least one back.
Casey Tomlinson will come into pit. Now the question will be, will anyone else? They had just come down pit road, and it does not appear that anyone else of note will come into pit, but no, well, never mind. Grosso comes in, Tristan Bailey comes in, Cody McCorkle, Steven Sear, Ryan Chu all come down pit road.
Now Sear's going to get 4 tires. A lot of those last pit stops under green, nobody took tires. I didn't see the right sides go up at all.
Drivers here tonight had 8 sets of tires, including the set that they started the race on. So 7 sets that they could change onto. By the way, we made this a note last year just because we thought it was fun and something that you don't often see. If you could, for a moment, highlight the number 36 of Nathan Christensen, because he has an award coming his way here tonight. The award for working out his pit crew the most. Nathan Christensen has been down pit road 27 times here this evening, which is about 5 more than the next closest guy in the race.
I'm sure they're thrilled. Hamilton,
so Nathan
Ontario,
Christensen getting a season's worth of pit stops done in one night.
Everybody needs a hobby.
Perfect pit lane practice.
Here. I don't understand what's going on with that camera. It does not want to stay steady. It's not supposed to. Isaac Wilson going to be your new race leader here in the 24. Out of the Hendrick Motorsports stable, he's going to be followed by Charles Etienne Boucher, Christian Delgado, Thomas Pierce, Jeff Weimer, Dominic Sawicki, Chris Smith, Josh Grosso, Chris Otto, and Brian Chu rounding out the top 10. And I got to be honest, something tells me Brian's got a little something left here to get his way up here, maybe top 5, if not on the podium.
I would certainly think so. Again, his first 2 attempts in this longest race of the season, he finished first and second. His first 3 attempts, he finished in the top 5 in all of them. So Brian Chu knows how to get it done here at Daytona in the early stages. We saw the 14 and the 34 get laps back on a wave around. Yes, we now have 18 laps to go when we cross the line. Matt Mettler, Rosa Laszlo, and reigning defending champion Joshua Grosso have called it evenings here. So the 6, the 60, and the 23 no longer running and will not be a part of the finish here tonight.
Nice little thanks to SDK for popping stuff up in the middle of the screen.
There you go.
Especially when you don't ask it to. Oh, this has been
What else? What else could go wrong on our end tonight?
In this last week, my computer has crashed. I've been rebuilding SDK files while calling a race then the very next night. We've had connection issues. I mean, at this point, why doesn't it just burst into flame while we're at it?
Now, when I did my computer reboot, I chose to do mine. You, unfortunately, did not choose to do yours. As the green flag will come out, 18 laps to go. Charles Etienne Boucher,
Green flag,
in
green
his
flag.
debut race, will lead the field down to green. Or pardon me, it is Isaac Wilson leading the field down to green. Green flag is back out with Boucher leading the outside.
And as they haul it down here into turn 1, Boucher going to get a little bit of a boost here from his fellow Chevrolet pilot, Thomas Pierce, as Pierce has played second fiddle to a lot of other teammates and Chevys tonight here in the field. But right now, your top 5, all beautiful golden bow ties, as Boucher now drags Pierce ahead. Now the question is...
Caution is out.
And what did I just say about Brian Chu? What did I say?
Yep,
right
he's
there?
up there in third now.
See what I said there?
I think I do. Take a look and see what happened here. As from the back of the field, 78 gets into the 19. That puts the 19 into the right rear corner of the 7. 7 goes around.
Just trying to find our way here as...
It was
Something
right
different.
after I had noticed. It was almost as if the 16 down the back straightaway threw the brakes on, because you had a beautiful side view there that showed that. The 16, it looked like he just lost 7 or 8 miles an hour, backed that entire bottom lane up. And then this was just the back end of the accordion effect, as the 78 didn't quite see the field checking up. And
we'll see if we can get right back here. Watch the 16 in the middle of your screen, that green and white car.
It was after. It was before this. That was Delgado there.
Going toward.
It was coming out of 4. It was coming out of 2. Was when the bottom line started to check up, and then the accordion effect took the rest of the field along with it. By the way, have been on the caution and race time record here tonight. With that caution and with the current time, we will set new records for both most cautions in a Daytona 500 and the longest Daytona 500.
3 hours and 40 minutes since the green flag waved, 16 laps to go.
On our 22nd caution.
Brian Chu making me look like I know what I'm talking about. As he clawed his way right up here onto the podium.
Very rare, that.
Yeah. Usually it goes the opposite direction.
Hendrick teammates, nose to tail. They'll line up next to each other in the 9 and the 24.
Maybe a little Brian Chu. Oop, go ahead.
Brian Chu, remember, is a sub driver in that number 9. That car normally will be piloted by Joey Maines, as pretty much the entirety of the legacy team, 42, the 43, and the 84 last year moved from legacy to Hendrick. Steven Sear became a full-time driver at the end of last year. That was Marcus Hagman's ride, the old number 5. Now Sear, who moves from the 48 at the end of last year to that number 5 this year.
Watching all these cars pass us, the field started huge. And, don't get me wrong, we still have plenty of drivers in this field, but, I do got to tip my cap to many of these drivers, Brian Chu especially. I heard the comment made, and I won't say by whom, but, there's a lot of people that wish they could be Brian Chu and get wrecked into 19 times in an evening and still be in the top 3.
That is where Brian Chu finds himself currently, in the exact scenario that he finds himself in. So right now, 14 laps to go when we hit the line. This race, speaking of race length, this race has gone into overtime in 3 of the 5 prior attempts. Last year it went 2:04. Year before that, season 5, it ended in regulation.
Well, let's see if we can do that again tonight. Maybe we can, you feel like 500 miles should be long enough to sort your things out, sort your problems out.
And not even 500 miles, because remember, the duels were before this, so all these drivers had 30 more laps of Daytona, another 65 or so miles to race around here, and then include qualifying. So it's been, by the time it's all said and done, these drivers will have run at least 235 laps around Daytona today.
I mean, look, I know that I would walk 500 miles, but I would not walk one more. I could say that I walked 500.
I get the reference. As Charles Etienne Boucher lines up on the inside line, Thomas Pierce on the outside, green flag is in the air. And a great push for Brian Chu. He was 10th at the start of the last restart. He's now up to 2nd.
Everybody fighting for that low line right now. It leaves the 21 of Chris Smith all by his lonesome, searching for help, and he just kind of gets left there all by his lonesome. He's hoping for Steven Sear to pick him up and maybe give him a little bit of a carry. Meanwhile, up atop the pile, Boucher finally decides that it's time to lead. He followed the 8 car, his teammate, most of the evening. Of course, we see Brian Chu now running in 2nd position. That top line, though, forming with Christian Delgado and Angel Hernandez. Don't look now, folks. The race is just starting with 14 to go, and they haven't even started the engines. Whoa! Wow, there goes Boucher down pit road.
Coming in. Boucher coming down pit road.
That's not intentional.
No, this has to be, I would assume this is a penalty, and up at the front.
The yellow flag
Around
is
goes
out.
the 16 off the nose of the 45, and a big one here with 13 to go right at the very front of the field.
Oh, my sweet Jesus. There they go, shuffling them away. The question was asked, what was that? And quite frankly, nobody knows.
Again, I can see the driver chat, and I can tell you that the 3 did not announce that he was coming into pit. So when he came off the racetrack and bundled everyone up, no one was expecting it. Going down into turn 1, Angel Hernandez got a run on Christian Delgado, tried to take the run down to the bottom going into turn 1. Delgado blocked him all the way down, right up until the point the 16 spun, and by then it was on.
Let's watch this from the blimp over top of the 3. Then we're going to drop back here once more. But look, the 3 got shoved by Brian Chu. Chu shoots up the racetrack. Basically, the 3 got shoved down pit road.
Well, the 3 was coming down, and because he didn't say anything in the chat, he may have said, now to be fair, he may have said something in voice. He may have said coming down. But he didn't mention anything in the chat, so the 9 is thinking, okay, I'm still got to push him, and now all of a sudden he's going slow to go into the pits. So he had to swing out, and by that point it stuffed everything up.
Well, that changes things even more. And maybe a surprise coming to us this evening as we see Dominic Sawicki all of a sudden up here in 4th position. That's a good place to be. Andrew Miller deciding he's going to come down pit road. Chris Smith coming down pit road.
Miller might
Isaac
have
Wilson.
some damage he needs to repair. Same thing with Chris Smith, Isaac Wilson.
But that leaves the little redheaded girl here on the front of the 42 going to be in P2. Dominic Sawicki going to be restarting in 3rd. I think I'd want to be in 3rd right about now.
And this is caution number 23 on the night. '51 will get the free pass. That will be Rick Doss. So he will get the free pass. Shane Griffin done for the night. Put up a valiant fight in that 11 after getting knocked around a couple of times tonight.
Tell you what, if this was Survivor, there would be a lot of tiki torches getting extinguished.
We have about 30 drivers left here in the race. Zachary Taylor done after 39 laps. Cowie Gomez done after 50. Drew Hullman after 77. Alex Arilton done after 84. He won the first stage. Alan Bergen done after 89. James Bowles after 97. Jared McCauley after 100. Paul Buchanan after 110. Eduardo Carapato after 122. Alex Wegert 127. Rosa Laszlo 147. Curtis Kelly 149. Shane Griffin after 163. So 30 drivers still on track. Oh, Matt Medler, by the way, pardon me, done after 171. Joshua Grosso done after 181.
Those drivers may have put it on the hauler, but Angel Hernandez, Cody McCorkle, Tristan Bailey, Dominic Sawicki, Brian Chu, Chris Otto, Nathan Christensen, Casey Tomlinson, Chris Van Nostrick, Mark Morton, they have all still stayed out. That's your top 10, folks. as we get ready to rock and roll here once again.
Well,
Angel
folks
Hernandez.
Go ahead.
Angel Hernandez, I didn't know, just as you had mentioned earlier about Bubba, I didn't know that Angel Hernandez looked just like Ty Gibbs.
Yep.
That's impressive. I didn't even know Ty Gibbs was Mexican.
Out of Michoacan, and that is not Ty Gibbs, you goofball. That's Tyler Reddick.
I'm sorry, I just glanced. I'm looking at something else at the moment.
Angel Hernandez. Angel Hernandez out of Michoacan, Mexico. Had a chance at the Championship 4 last year. Unfortunately, had to leave the race at Auto Club early last season. Won the second stage, was close to getting stage points before getting spun. And then after he won the second stage, had to pull off and was done because of prior commitments. And that unfortunately kept him out of a chance to win a second consecutive championship. We have only had first-time champions through the first 6 seasons here at iSNF. We have not had a repeat champion. That is what Joshua Grosso tries to do this year.
Green flag, green flag.
But still have a long way to go. 9 laps to go here in Daytona. Hernandez leads the way with a quote-unquote teammate behind.
Hernandez gets a good jump, and he is going to bring along Tristan Bailey and Brian Chu down to the bottom, almost immediately bailing on Chris Otto and Nathan Christensen. Now, they don't want to get themselves too far ahead, but at the same time, it's going to soon be time for that low line with 9 to go to start defending. And all of a sudden, don't look now, Cody McCorkle pushing Brian Chu up here, and I'll tell you what, that is the brotherly shove. Look at this through the turn. Chu able to hold the wheel straight and steady as they come out of 4. First of all, whoa! Oh, no,
There goes the 9. Brian Chu around now. The 3 gets turned sideways in the tri-oval. Still
We
staying
stay green.
Boucher now
Caution,
backwards
yellow
on the racetrack. Now the caution's going to come out.
Let's take a look and see what happened with Boucher first, as Boucher was turned sideways by the 5. He's trying to keep it straight, and that's where the caution comes. Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
There was a lot of net code between the 3 and the 5 there as well.
Brian Chu, he gets shoved out of the way by the 7, by Steve Sear. I'm sorry, Casey Tomlinson.
Does a full 360 pirouette, doesn't hit anything.
And there's your winner of the Powerball at that point. I don't care who you are or how long you've been driving. That takes skill. Or luck. Mostly luck. Just remember, racing is 80% mental and 40% physical.
And 100% luck. So there is the caution. 7 laps to go. My assumption will be, to take that for what it's worth, we will have 3 laps to go when we go green. And folks, remember, 3 attempts at a green-white checkered here tonight. No prior Daytona 500 has gone past 1.
I'll tell you what, if I had to put the headgear on and make some type of prediction, shall we say, I'm guessing we're going to use 2 of those. There are a lot of tempers flaring right now. There's a lot of anger and tension on the track. And I can't even hear most of it.
Starting to almost pop up in the chat now as well, as the caution count is on in the chat. So we're at caution number 24, and by the way, all 24 cautions here tonight are for incident. The first stage ended, granted a couple 100 yards short after a wreck, and then a caution that came out on lap 125 right at the point of no return for the stage. Ended that stage prematurely. So all 24 cautions tonight have been for incident, even with the 2 stage breaks.
That's just impressive to me. As much as everybody tries to keep it clean, and we've seen that so many times tonight, it's, first off, not the end of the world. I think sometimes we put a little bit too much pressure on ourselves, but we're going to put this one behind us once that checkered flag waves, and we're going to look forward to Rockingham.
Been a while here tonight. We'll refresh you on the schedule coming up. It'll be Rockingham next Saturday. Coming up on the 20th will be the Nashville Fairgrounds, 200 laps at both of those venues. Then it will be the iRacing Super Speedway on January 27th, the final Saturday in January.
That's a racetrack I think that gets underused in the sim.
It's not the easiest, but it's also not the hardest, especially when bump drafting becomes a thing. So we will go racing with 4 laps to go. I was 1 off.
When we go back green flag racing, it's going to be Hernandez, Bailey, Sawicki, Van Maastricht, Otto, McCorkle, Christensen, Morton, Smith, Miller. Your top 10. If there were just 9 of them, that would sound like a pretty good lineup. I think Morton would be my designated hitter. I just like the name Morton. Hernandez would be my pitcher. Otto is definitely a catcher.
As somebody pointed out in the chat, you certainly would not want Angel Hernandez as your umpire.
Oh, they said it.
Thank
I've
you.
been keeping my mouth shut.
Thank you. Thank you to Dan Bora in the chat for that comment, by the way.
He's not wrong.
No, he's not.
I'm more
Justin
of a CD
Barkley
Buckley
picking
guy.
Justin Barkley picking the 45 of Angel Hernandez for the win this evening.
Look, it's your choice.
Anyone else in chat care to comment on who you think is going to come home with the first black and white checkered flag of the year? We've already given out 2 green and whites. Alex Arilton took the first one. Mark Morton took the second.
Who's your pick, Frank?
The guy who crossed the line first.
Great. You're 100% accurate every time. As a plus-sized individual, I'm really pulling for Cody McCorkle.
You know, if Cody McCorkle wins, it'll be Wendy's for dinner tonight for me. I will say that right now.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Green
Green flag coming back out. And Angel Hernandez getting very close to that front corner of the 19. Doesn't quite come down. Now he does. 4 to go.
4 to go. Hernandez holding off Tristan Bailey. That top line not going to be able to get themselves lined up. But as it goes right now, it's Hernandez, Bailey, Sawicki, McCorkle.
Oh, around goes the 2.
Uh-oh.
Caution is out. And it will be the first green-white checkered of the night. Jeff Weimer, the 17 of not Tomlinson, Fairman. There he is. Gervey in the 20. Also involved.
Gonna take a look here at Weimer. Right there in the 2.
Oh, that was kind of a double hit.
Aye.
16 hit the 2 and then got hit back into him. The 8 also catching a piece of it. Brett Schneider. We haven't seen him at all since that earlier incident up towards the front. So now we start clicking off green-white checkered attempts.
We may have a shortened caution segment here.
That would not be completely not understandable.
Well, I'm already hearing on race radio, so this is just rumor, but I understand that some folks may need to visit the porcelain receptacle.
Fair enough. By the way, race session time is 5 hours. We have just crossed over into hour number 4 for this race, so we still have an hour to get these green-white checkers in.
Why you gotta do that?
Seeing,
Why you gotta start stuff?
Seeing some drivers in the chat, seeing some comments in the chat. Yep, we are 1 to go here this time. A couple of guys picking Hernandez. Chris Otto a pick. 22 of Dominic Sawicki is a pick in the chat. See
Nobody's
Chase
coming
Barry
along.
in the chat.
Nobody's coming along from McCorkle.
Oh, I see Chase Barry in the chat. He did pick the pace car. Across the line first tonight.
There are 400 comics out of work, and this guy's auditioning.
There it is.
Be performing
So
at the Borgata tonight in Atlantic City.
There you go. Right on the boardwalk.
Yep, the poor man's Las Vegas. Personally, I like going to Atlantic City to see if I can come home without hepatitis.
I gotta tell this story. My grandfather used to love going to Atlantic City when he was still with us, and he had a great business idea where he would, if you wanted to go to Atlantic City and had no one to go with, he would go with you. The business name was Rent a Companion, and he could not figure out why everyone in the family said don't use that name.
As I'm listening to you tell that story, I'm thinking, Rent a Companion by the hour? The world's second oldest profession.
So here we go. First of 3 green-white checkered attempts. This right here will be lap number 200 on the evening. Again, no Daytona 500 has gone beyond 1 green-white checkered attempt in this series. Green flag is back in the air. Angel Hernandez out in front. He'll get down cleanly this time in front of the 19.
Hernandez makes the move. He drops down. Now he's got to be able to hold off about the 20 cars behind him to make sure nobody makes a move and gets in his way. As we go here on lap 199.
Caution is out.
I told you. Casey Tomlinson going off track.
Brian Chu.
Ugh.
Brian Chu involved there as well. I believe that's the you were mentioning.
Well,
they were 3 wide through 1 and 2. 7 on the outside by himself.
I thought you were supposed to be 3 wide. No?
Well, you know. So again, we are going to have another quick yellow. Would be my assumption, as this will be green-white checkered attempt number 2.
Angel Hernandez going to get another shot at this. You know, here's the thing, though. Every restart, you're burning off another ply of the tires. Is he at a point where he's starting to liquefy that?
Not sure. Last time Angel Hernandez was down pit road was lap 180. Oldest tires and least amount of fuel in the top 10. As a matter of fact, in the field, belongs to Dominic Sawicki, who came into pit on lap 172. You were close with Boucher. Mark Morton also. Those two both came in on lap 173. 1 lap later.
Well, I got to tell you this much. I shanghaied Liam into working with me on an SNN broadcast earlier. Well, and
much in the same way, all of you guys going to Homestead shanghaied me into calling SNN solo, full distance.
Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, it wasn't my fault, and I tried to hang out with you for a little while, but then we started drinking.
Yeah, that's when it happens.
That's usually when the bad things happen. But you know, here's the thing. I said to Liam, it wasn't long after we got back from Homestead. As a matter of fact, I said, come along with me, work this race with me. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. I thought he knew that it was 100% length, and he didn't.
Oh no!
And he slides in. He slides into the chat with me, and you know we're chatting it up. And as we loaded into the session, he goes, "You're kidding me!" And I said, "What?" He goes, "It's 100% length." And I'm staring at my screen, realizing what I had done to my friend.
To be fair, I gave you full warning that we were going to be doing 100% distance at Daytona tonight.
Listen, you and I don't get to work together enough, and most of the time at
all.
There's an electric fence somewhere down the middle of the country.
It has been a wonderful time calling this race with you. It's probably, I think this is one of the first races we've ever called together.
If I look back, I believe this is our second together.
Probably.
Because usually we were both paired with another person at different times together.
Either way, you're getting set to go green.
I always get excited when I get to work with somebody who I want to work with, that's a friend, and of course, you know, get to hang out with you for the Phillies series. That way I can hear everybody say the word NOLA 700 times.
Well, and you're all right, too.
Green flag.
Going green here at Daytona. Angel Hernandez out in front.
Watch the 71
a little bit on that outside line.
Watch the 71 here. Going to get a push from Andrew Miller. Miller here. Whoa. 71 having. This is not the time that you want to have connection issues if you're Chris Otto. And there he goes!
Otto.
The yellow flag is out.
Oh no! There goes McCorkle and my Frosty. Priorities, Frank. Priorities.
There's pretty much the remainder of the field.
This is going to be the third and final green-white checker attempt.
Yes, it will be. Quite sure what happened there to start that. I mean, Chris Otto got turned on the outside. That one was obvious. I don't know if the 31 was getting pushed by the 20, by the 31. If the 43 was getting pushed by the 21 or not.
Working on finding the replay. Here it is. The 43 was getting a good shove from the 21. The 71 couldn't get out of the way, and boom went the proverbial dynamite.
42 goes into the wall, the 24 and the 36 connected. Both of them get hit.
That's
7 somehow sneaks it through the middle. Then in the back, the 15 and the 2 get tangled up.
I know for about the next 10 months I'm going to be saying, just make contact, but this is not the sport that that usually falls into line with. I think the older I get, the more baseball purist I get. Is that is that a thing?
It's called not wanting things to change.
That's fair. I'm okay with the pitch clock. I'm not okay with let's just swing for the fence every time.
So we are going to go green for the final time here tonight, right here and right now. Final green-white checkered attempt. It will either be a yellow flag or the checkered flag that ends this race. We have now burned through all three of the green-white checkered attempts. Caution number in the record-setting Daytona 500. 27 cautions, race record in this event. Race time currently sitting at 4 hours and 11 minutes. That is a record for this event. And 205 laps, what we are working on now, that is also a race record. Absolutely.
A record-setting night here in the iSNF Cup.
And I think about a record of about 2,784 cars and counting that have blinked out because of our connection issues with the sim while trying to stream. That is also that is an SRM record. That.
I mean, at this point, we've spun more plates than anybody on Earth, and you know what? We held it together.
As good as we could have, and good enough to bring you the finish here tonight of the iSNF Daytona 500 to start off season number 7 here in the iSNF Cup Series. Angel Hernandez out in front has elected the outside line. Tristan Bailey on the bottom, quote-unquote teammates between the two. Andrew Miller will be pushing the 45.
Green flag.
Dominic Sawicki will be pushing the 19. Green flag is in the air, off and running for the final time here at Daytona tonight. Hernandez gets to the bottom.
Hernandez takes the bottom like he owns it. He's followed by Tristan Bailey and Dominic Sawicki.
Oh,
they turn, they stay, but as long as they stay, we're still green. We're still green. It's still good. It's still good.
Arenas went around full 360.
Oh, there it is.
Straight. Now the caution comes out, and that will do it.
All of a sudden, check this out. We're going to run this back real quick because it almost looked like Andrew Miller knew something bad was going to happen and took a cowboy move here. As that was going on behind them.
It's Tristan Bailey there.
I'm sorry.
19.
No. I'm talking about Andrew Miller behind Dominic Sawicki. We're watching this in slow-mo. He goes up here to the high side. He knows there's bad things happening behind him. And he figures, I'm going to take a shot here at the podium, and manages to get around the 22 just in time. So Angel Hernandez brings home the checkered flag, followed by Tristan Bailey and Andrew Miller. So, wow.
Not officially yet, as the field now catches the pace car on the back straightaway. So half a lap still to complete. And for Angel Hernandez, who started in the high 20s here tonight, did not spend a lot of time out in the front of the field, worked his way there late. Again, as we mentioned before, Auto Club missing out on the next round of the playoffs because he had to leave early, missing out on the championship 4. He opens up season 7 with redemption as he crosses the line to take lap 208. Angel Hernandez will wait behind the pace car as he will take race number 1 of season 7. Angel Hernandez wins the Daytona 500.
If you're going to win, this is the one to win, as he's going to go ahead and take that victory lap in the 45, that Toyota Camry. I'll tell you what, as deep as the Camry started in this field today, they have absolutely put on a show here in the latter portion of this race. 2 Toyotas and a blue oval in a sea of Chevrolets tonight dominate the field here at the end.
And by the way, you had mentioned that move by Andrew Miller. It came just a bit too late. Dominic Sawicki will take that final spot on the podium. So with that, we will now move to the interview portion of the race, and we will bring in Angel Hernandez, your race winner here tonight. Angel, it was a long one. It took a while, but you finally brought it home. Congratulations. You have won the Daytona 500.
That was a long race. A lot of cautions, a lot of wrecking, but we pulled through, me and Tristan. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Just talk us through your race here tonight. It was quite a while before you found yourself up towards the front and had to take a couple of just one fast repair. I'm not sure about the second. But what was it like running in the middle of that field here tonight, trying to work your way up to the position that you found yourself in?
It was tough. Just a lot of attrition. Because I know I got wrecked out. Well, I had like 40X or something by the end of it. And I think I used my last fast repair like lap 103, something like that. So after that, it was just survival. And then a couple lucky cautions came out at like 157, I think it was. But yeah, just trying to pull through.
We put Daytona behind us starting next week, well, starting really now if you wanted to. We go to Rockingham next week for round number 2 of the season. What are your thoughts going to North Carolina for round number 2?
I think the rest of the season with this win, it's just me winning more, hopefully. But yeah, I think I'd run decent around there. Just try and make the most of it and get some points. Obviously, hopefully go for a win, but just make the most out of it.
All right. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
All of the guys in 23XI, JGR, Tristan towards the end, they're helping me stay out in front of the pack while the cautions were coming out. Yeah, that's about it.
All right, your race winner here tonight, Season 7, already locked into the playoffs. Angel Hernandez, congratulations.
Thanks.
And Dave, that will now leave you with our second place finisher here tonight, Tristan Bailey.
Hey, Tristan, it's Dave up here in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man, listen, congratulations on this run tonight. I mean, big moving. I mean, you qualify 13th. You wind up here on the podium. Take us through this last segment of the race, because it seems like stage 3 was nothing but a circus.
Oh man, it's Daytona. You know how it is. It's hard to do 3 wide, and you have to go pretty much 3 wide to make moves, because once you get side by side in these packs, it don't move. You're stuck 2 by 2, and you pretty much don't move any position. So when you try to go 3 wide, you know, stuff happens, and it's hard. It honestly is. I don't like Daytona for that reason. I'd much rather race Talladega any day, but it just how it is tonight, and I think people was getting kind of tired of it. I was just trying to make up positions as quick as possible.
Well, you know, that's the story of a lot of races here at Daytona, where, you know, you start to get tired because, you know, at the end of the day, we're all civilians for the most part. You know, you're not conditioned like some of these drivers are, but it gives you an appreciation of what the drivers in real life have to go through. You know, you're sitting in a more than 100-degree car. It's a sunny day. It's a long race. Dumb things happen, and, you know, and here we are. So, you know, congratulations on getting yourself here onto the podium. First race, first podium of the season. What are you looking forward to as we head into Rockingham next week?
I guess I need to be practicing because I didn't know that was the next track. But I just good to race with my new teammates here. Congrats to Angel on that win there, and worked with a couple of teammates throughout the race. They obviously got wrecked out a lot sooner. So it's just a great race with new teammates, as I was saying, and I'm just looking forward to next week. Hopefully, we can get a good finish too.
All right, brother man. Listen, before we cut you loose, who do you need to tip your helmet to and shout out tonight?
I guess a JGR / 2311 collaboration we got going on, and thanks for Angel for picking the high sides on them restarts and letting them come down, and so I could bump draft them to the win there.
All right, brother. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Frank, I believe that should lead us to you having Dominic Sawicki, our Blue Oval Ford here.
I do. Dominic Sawicki, congratulations on a third place finish for you. Podium is starting to look pretty good on you after the first two races of your iSNF career. Back here on the podium, a long night in your new car. What was it like for you out there tonight?
Yeah, it's great to be back in top 5 and also on the podium after a while. And yeah, it was maybe not so good race in general. For sure, the result is great. It's nice to be up in front. Yeah, but I had a lot of stuff going through all this race. It was a long night for sure. Sadly, I couldn't do anything at the end. My car was a little bit under power, like few miles of pace. So I was just hanging on the bottom line and following faster cars. And yeah, it was long race, and yeah, glad to be on the finish for sure.
Start of your first full season here. What are your goals for this season? We saw you really came on at the end of last year, made an impact, but now your first genuine attempt to run for a championship. What are you looking forward to the most out of this season?
Well, the goal would be winning a race and make it into the playoffs for sure. Especially on shorter tracks, I feel way more comfortable to win the race there, because on bigger tracks I used to run not that good. So that would be something great. I'm looking forward to road race also on Charlotte Roval, because I've been racing mostly on road, and I think I have the greatest chances of winning there. And yeah, would like to just run good throughout the season and have fun with the teammates at Team Penske.
Well, your next step is going to be at Rockingham, North Carolina. What are your thoughts? It's going to be another 200 laps at Rockingham, but I can guarantee you it'll be a lot shorter than tonight. What are your thoughts going to Rockingham?
Yeah, I like Rockingham a lot. I think it's a great track, 1 mile. So I think I can do good there. Also, I was struggling a bit with the hardware today with my pedals. The throttle was getting stuck only at 0%, so only at the cautions. So I need to make sure I can resolve this problem. I don't know, buy different pedals or something. That's something I need to do throughout the next week, and then prepare for the race at Rockingham.
All right. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to Team Penske. Unfortunately, my teammates didn't have so much luck today. They were strong. They were running high. Hope we can bounce back as a team and finish even better next race.
All right. Your third place finisher here tonight, Dominic Sawicki. Bud, congratulations.
Gratulacje.
Dziękuję.
So that will do it for a long night here at Daytona. Dave,
You didn't think I knew
certainly
Polish, did you?
No, I did not. One heck of a way to start this season off and get it rolling. We know starting next week. It's going to get a lot quicker, a lot crazier as we roll on and get Season 7 really marching forward.
Absolutely. I mean, this race from start to finish has been incredible. I mean, especially when we look and see where some of these drivers started from. I mean, you kind of feel bad for drivers like Drew Hallman, who started, way up at the other end of the timing line, and then you start to look through our timing line and you see, Dominic Sawicki up 37 positions, coming from 40th to be where he is now. So, this is an incredible league. I can't wait to see what, you and Liam get to see the rest of the way. And I appreciate the opportunity to, of course, sit next to the great one, Mr. Frank Marchese.
I appreciate that very much. As a race of records here tonight. Race record 28 cautions, race record 4 hours and 15 minutes on the nose here tonight. Race record 207 laps completed, and 80 laps of those 207 were spent behind the pace car. That is another record. Taking a look at the finishing results here tonight, Angel Hernandez takes home the first win of the year. Tristan Bailey, Dominic Sawicki, Andrew Miller, and Mark Morton, who led the most laps today, led 74 laps. That is the second most in event history, rounding out the top 5. Chris Van Maastricht, Charles Etienne Boucher, Casey Tomlinson, Steven Sear, and Christian Delgado, your top 10. Cody McCorkle, Brian Chu, Nathan Christensen, Chris Smith, Jeff Weimer, the top 15. Adrian Arenas, Zach Wilson, Chris Otto, Brian Treadwell, and Rick Doss, your top 20. Jerry Parker, Franz Brettschneider, Michael Hagstrom, Thomas Pierce, Michael Gervey, your top 25. Rhea Ferris, Larry Fairman, Bob Wyckoff, Joshua Grosso, and Matt Metler, the top 30. Shane Griffin, Curtis Kelly, Rosa Laszlo, Alexander Wegert, and Eduardo Carapato, the top 35. Paul Buchanan, Jarrett McCauley, James Bowles, Alan Bergen, Alexander Arilson, Drew Hullman, Cowie Gomez, and Zach Taylor, rounding out the field of 43 cars here tonight. So that will do it for us here from the Daytona International Speedway. For my broadcast partner, Dave Regal, I am Frank Marchese. Thank you very much for making us a part of your evening. We will see you all next weekend at Rockingham North Carolina Speedway in Rockingham, North Carolina. Until then, folks, remember, as you walk down the road of life, please don't play in traffic. Good night, everybody.